In this course, I'm going to be teaching you everything you need to know about launching a profitable and a sustainable fashion business. Just like food and shelter, clothing is a basic necessity in life, and this makes fashion business a very lucrative business. The global fashion industry is valued at $1.7 trillion as of 2022, and you too can be a part of the people making that money. In this course, you're going to learn how to define your brand and your business concept. You're also going to learn about target market identification. You're going to learn how to create your designs. You're going to learn the fashion production process. You're going to learn how to launch your fashion collection, how to sell your product, strategies that you can start to implement to make fast sales in your business, and much more. My name is Eki Okubanjo. I am an entrepreneur and a business consultant, and I am passionate about helping aspiring and existing business owners start, run, and build profitable businesses. And I am mostly referred to as the profitable business builder. I have built over 3 businesses from zero to millions in revenue in the last 7 years. And I am the founder of Eki Ori's fashion company. My designs have been featured on various platforms and also worn by notable celebrities and individuals around the world. In the last couple of years, I have been able to work with over 100 aspiring and existing business owners through my one-on-one coaching to start and grow a profitable business. This course was launched 2 years ago as a paid online course, and since then over 500 people have taken the course, and guys, the reviews have been amazing. I decided to put this course here on YouTube because I want to give back. I want a lot of people to be able to access this course for free, and I have no doubt that you're going to learn a lot from this course. So make sure you have your notepad and your pen ready to take down notes. If you get value from this course, please do not hesitate to share this course with your friends, your family members, and most importantly, please leave a comment in the description box sharing your reviews. I definitely want to hear them. I wish you all the best as you start and grow a profitable fashion business. So thanks for taking this online course, How to Start a Fashion Brand. So yeah, this is the content. Module 1, we're going to learn about defining your brand. Module 2, business planning. Module 3, design, creation, and fabric sourcing. Module 4, the production process. Module 5, startup expenses and costing and pricing your fashion product. Module 6, preparing to sell your product. Module 7, what customers expect from a bespoke and a ready-to-wear brand. Module 8 is sales and marketing. So yeah, we're just going to move on to module 1, defining your brand. In this module, you will learn the importance of defining your brand right before you start your business. So we're going to start with the introduction and then move on to defining your business concept, defining your brand. What is a brand? What is branding? Brand market, brand strategy and equity, brief on mission and vision statement. So yes, there is a lot of work that goes into starting a fashion business. There's so much work that goes into it. You just don't want to just start off and just know the path at which you're going through. So to start and grow a fashion business, you need to have a plan. You can't just go in blindly. You need to have a plan. A plan will help you know what it is exactly that you're going to do, and possibly the challenges you're going to face, the kind of customers you're going to meet, the things that you actually really need to do to run a successful business. So a plan is more like a roadmap to guide your business journey. Defining your brand, your business concept. Okay, so when you set out to start your business, I'm sure that you already have like what it is or what area of fashion it is that you want to focus on, your niche. So with defining your brand, it just has to do with choosing what area of fashion it is that you want to focus on. We have bespoke, we have ready to wear. Ready to wear is broad. You have you have ready to wear for kids, ready to wear for men, ready to wear for curvy women. We have swimwear, we have sleepwear, we have bridals as well. We have it's just a lot. There are a lot of other business concepts. So you need to choose the one that you want so you can focus on it and you can be very good at what you're doing. So defining your brand. So defining your brand is a lot of work. You can't just stand up and say you want to start your business. You need to define the kind of brand that you want to have. You need to define the kind of brand that you want people to see your brand for. So defining your brand is like a journey of business self-discovery. It can be very difficult and time-consuming and uncomfortable, but it's something that you should do. It's very important for the success of your business. You need to take out time to define your brand. The importance of your brand identity cannot be underestimated, especially in the world of fashion. So clothing is very personal, because our clothing pieces are one of the ways that we define our identity to both ourselves and to the world. So as a result, the brands we choose to wear and the labels we display on our clothes become an extension of who we are and how we see ourselves. So because clothing is so personal, you want to define your brand. You want to define your brand because this brand is your product are going to be worn by people. And again, because clothing is very personal, people tend to be very careful the kind of brands that they wear. So define your brand from the beginning. So yes, let's move on. So what is a brand? So a lot of people will say that a brand is a logo. A brand is not a logo, right? So a brand is a storehouse of trust. People need to trust you enough before they can give you their money in exchange for a product. So a brand is a storehouse of trust. A brand is a sum of the promise you make to the customers and so a brand is the sum of the promise, the things that you say you're going to deliver on. Oh, I'm going to deliver within a certain time. I'm going to deliver good product, neat, nice design, neat finishing. All of these things that you said you're going to do. That's your brand. Making sure that you deliver on all this your promises to your customer is a brand, because that's how people will see your brand. So a brand is let's just say, simply put, your reputation. Your reputation is how you want people to perceive you. So this is how your brand is how you want people to perceive your business. So what you are known for is your reputation, how people see you. And the reputation is something one earns through their action. You have to have done something really nice for people to say, oh, this person has a good reputation. So your brand has to have been consistent in delivering value or timely service or very good product or service for them to say, oh, this is a good brand, go and patronize them. So a reputation is something that one earns through their action and not through their words, promises, and good intentions. So ultimately, it boils down to what you do and deliver, which is something you are very much in control of, because you're in control of what happens in your brand. So you're in control of how you want people to see your brand reputation out there. You're in control of your delivery. You're in control of your sales, of your designs, of your production. So the customers don't know this part of your business. What they know is that they want you to deliver value and deliver on time and deliver on all the promises that you've made to them. So because you're in control of this, that means you can control the way people look at your brand. You can control your brand's reputation. A brand does not exist within a company or an organization. A brand exists in the minds of your customer. So your customers are the ones that say, oh, this brand is a good brand. They trust this brand, so I think you should patronize them.
So a brand is how people view your company or your product. It is what people really think, whether you agree with them or not. So whether good or bad, consumers have their opinions. So that is just it. The sum total of all of these opinions and perceptions and views about your brand form the company's reputation. Right? So when people's positive opinions outweigh the negative ones, excuse me, a company is said to have positive brand equity. So your brand is what people say about you, and what they say about you is determined by what you actually do. Right? So a company with positive brand equity can charge relatively more than competitors with less brand equity. So your brand is your promise to your customer. It tells them what they can expect from your product. And a brand is not built in a day. A brand is built over time. It's a process. You need to stay consistent in delivering your promise to your customers for your brand reputation, or how people, your brand perception, how people view your brand to remain positive. And that's why you see that your brand is your promise to your customer. It tells them what they can expect from you, from your product and your service, and it differentiates your offering from your competitors. So that is your promise and your delivery. So what promise are you making in your business? So what do you plan, or what are you delivering? What are your promising your customers that you're going to deliver? So you need to write down what your brand is. So what is branding? So if your brand is your reputation, like we said in the previous slide, then branding is the act of creating and managing your reputation. Simply put, you cannot decide who likes your product or your service and why, but you can certainly make an effort to steer the right people in the right direction. So you can't please everybody. Even if you do the best, some people will still not be satisfied with your brand or with your product or with your services. But again, if the people that are saying good things about your brand, like 80%, and just 20% are saying no, your brand is not good, then you're in the right direction. So your brand is your reputation, and it is your duty to ensure that people's perception and about your brand is good, is positive. So you do that through branding. Branding is just the act of creating and managing that perception of people, your reputation, making sure that you have a positive, people view your brand in a certain way, in a positive way, and not a negative way, please. So yeah, branding is what you want people to think about your brand, about your business. So branding should be established from the start. From the beginning, you need to define how you want to do your branding, and then your branding is centered around your brand, what your brand is about. In this case, it's a fashion business. So branding should be established from the start, from the overall look of the product, how you want your designs to come out, right? Your product, to social media content, to how customers experience and shop your brand. So you need to have a plan to brand your product in a certain way, your customers experience, how you're going to push out your messaging. So yes, so that is it. So brand strategy and equity. So your brand strategy is how, what, where, and when and whom you plan on communicating and delivering on your brand messages. So where you advertise is part of your brand strategy, and what you communicate visually and verbally are part of your brand strategy. So how you want people to, where you do your marketing, how you do your marketing is part of your brand strategy, because you are trying to you're trying to ensure that your brand reputation is in a certain way, most likely in a good way. So the way you communicate with your customers or your prospective customers, the way you're up to your social media content, your logo, and all of that is your brand strategy, because you're trying to use all of this communication to stay the right perception towards your brand. So consistent strategic branding leads to a strong brand equity, which means the added value. So once you have been able to grow your brand so well, you've remained consistent, you have been strategic and by ensuring that whatever it is that you promised to give your customers, you have been delivering on it, then your brand equity becomes positive and people see your brand in a certain kind of way, and you can relatively charge more because you've been able to grow your brand for people to see your brand in a certain kind of way. And then you can charge more for your brand than what other people are charging. That's why you can see that those big brands like Gucci and Co, they can charge as high as they want. So what people are paying for is the brand name. Oh, I am wearing Gucci. That's what people are paying for, not really the designs, because of course the designs are very good, but you can get that design somewhere else at a cheaper price, but they want to wear that brand because it is this brand, like it is Gucci, is this brand, is so big. So for your brand, then what identical unbranded product command? So an example of this is Coca-Cola versus a generic soda. So Coca-Cola has been able to stay consistent. They've been able to maintain a very good brand equity over the years. They've been in existence for so long, and they've been true to their promise. They've been delivering on value. There's no time that you go out to buy Coca-Cola and then you see that the taste of Coca-Cola is different. You get, like, it's always the same. It's always, and you always find it in the shop when you go to buy. So they've remained consistent. Coca-Cola has built a powerful brand equity. It can charge more for its products, and customers will pay. They will buy it. So, as a fashion brand, in defining your brand and in defining your brand, it requires that you answer the questions below. What is your company's mission? Do I have a mission statement that explains how my business works towards fulfilling the vision? What are the benefits of your product or services? What do your customers and prospects already think of your company? What are your core values? What sets you apart from your competitors? So you need to take out time to answer all of these questions truthfully. For me, my mission statement is my vision is to have a one-stop destination for everything ranging from bridesmaids dresses, wedding dresses, reception dresses, active wear at an affordable and a top quality price, created with the intent to make the fit so comfortable. So this is my vision. I want my business to be a one-stop destination for all things bridesmaids, all things reception dresses, corporate wears. I want it to be a one-stop destination. So that is my vision. So my mission is using fashion as a tool to build confidence in every woman and society at large. So vision, we're going to talk more about vision and mission statement later on in this course. But then vision is the big picture, while mission is what you need to do now to achieve the big picture. So you need to sit down and do this for yourself. Nobody can answer these questions for you. You have to answer it by yourself. What are the benefits of your product to your customers? What do your customers and prospects already think of your business? Excuse me. What are your core values? What are the things that you say you're going to deliver to your customers? What sets you apart from your competitors? So please take out time to answer these questions. So, as a clothing brand, what identity do do you want your clothing brand to project? What's the identity that you want to build for your brand? Right? So is it the one of luxury? You want to grow a luxury brand? Okay, then you have to steer people's perception about your brand to be luxury. You want them to feel that when they wear your clothes, when they wear your designs, they are wearing something very expensive, so they should carry themselves in a particular way. So what identity do you want your clothing brand to project? Who will wear your clothes? So again, if you say you want to have a luxury brand, then the people that will wear your clothes are probably people that, not probably, they are definitely people that earn so much. So who do you want to wear your brand? Define your target market, define your ideal customer. What can customers get from your clothing brand that they can't get elsewhere? So what is the added service that you are going to add to your brand? Is it your customer service? Is it your products, your designs, your garments? Is it your fabric? Is it you need to just decide what customers can get from your clothing brand that they can't get elsewhere. What is the most important part of your customer's experience? So is it that you deliver timely, you do after sales services? Just let us know. Not let us know, but rather write all of this down and then work towards it. That is why you're doing a plan before you start your business. Once you've written all of this down, you know where you're going to, you know what it is that you want from your business, from your brand, how you want your brand to be perceived, and you go in that line. So your answers to these questions will build the core of your brand, like what your brand truly stands for. If you're unable to answer these questions, please, I would strongly advise that you take out time and then examine who you want your brand to be for and what your brand wants to, the solution is offering, what your brand is offering. Take out time to answer this. What your business means to you and your customers. So all of your future branding decisions should expand on these ideas. Your business name, your logo, your website design, colors, language, packaging, promotional materials should all grow from the concept you laid down here. So this is very important. You need to take out time to do this for your business. So brief on mission and vision statement. So earlier on, I was talking about my vision and my mission statement. And the truth is that your vision and mission statement can change over time. As you start your business, as you grow, you begin to face different, you begin to experience different things in your business. So you can always change your vision and your mission statement as your brand grows. But essentially, vision is someday, is the dream, is the big picture, is what you want your brand to look like in 5 years, in 10 years time, how you see your brand when you close your eyes. This is your vision. Is someday, is a dream, while your mission is every day, so it's intended reality. So what you have to do, your customer service, everything that you need to do today to get to your big picture. So that's your mission. So you take out time and write it. Nobody can write this for you. But it is your brand, you know it is your dream, you know the kind of business you want to build. So just put a vision statement down and a mission statement down. So I'm just going to talk more again on mission statement and vision statement. So mission statement, it defines a company's goals in 3 important ways. It defines what the company does for its customers, it defines what the company does for its employee, and it defines what the company does for its owners. So for instance, you could be a clothing brand that caters for plus size women. Right? So your mission statement could be to use the power of fashion to discover the personal style of plus size women, or building confidence and providing a means of expression. Right? So your mission statement, if you're running a plus size brand, for example, could be to use the power of fashion to discover the personal style of plus size women, building confidence and providing a means of expression. So this is a mission statement. So vision statement could be to become a leading plus size fashion brand across the world. So this plus size brand want to be a leading plus size brand across the world. So their mission statement is what they need to do every day to get to their vision, to achieve their vision statement. So the mission is a direction towards attaining the company's vision. So with mission statement, like I said, it defines what your company is doing for its customers, its employees, your owners. Sometimes it goes as far as defining what your business is going to also do for the community, if you're going to have charity services and all of that. So those things are written on your mission statement. Examples of some well-known brands' mission statement. So Ekioris, like I said, Ekioris is my mission statement is using fashion as a tool to build confidence in every woman. So that's why I say that my designs are for confident women. And if you're not confident and you come and wear my designs, you automatically become confident, because my designs will make you feel so beautiful. It will make you feel so beautiful, so confident, and you can just walk into any room and you just radiate happiness. You just radiate intelligence. So that's what my brand stands for. So my mission statement basically is using fashion as a tool to build confidence in every woman and the society at large through the high quality products and services that exceed our customers' expectations, our customers' desires. So for Chanel to be the ultimate house of luxury, defining styles and creating desire now and forever. For Louis Vuitton to represent the most refined qualities of Western art of living around the world, to be synonymous with both elegance and creativity, to blend tradition and innovation, and kindle dream and fantasy. So for Swarovski, to add sparkle to everyday life with high quality products and services that exceed our customers' desires. So these are all different brands' mission statements. So you, as a fashion brand, as a fashion business, you need to define your mission and your vision statement.
Hi, are you a fashion business owner? I have a few questions for you. Are you having issues with pricing and costing your fashion product? Do you know the factors to be considered when calculating your overhead? Are you having challenges in determining how much to charge for a particular design? Or are you tired of running at a loss? Do you feel like you're working so hard and at the end of the month there is nothing left for you as a fashion business owner? Or do you give prices based on your conscience or what your competitors are charging? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to sign up for my online course, Costing and Pricing Your Fashion Product to Make Profit. This is a very detailed course and the only course you need to take if you want to grow a profitable and a sustainable fashion business. In this course, you're going to learn how to determine your direct and your indirect cost and its role in costing and pricing your fashion product. I'm going to be teaching you a step-by-step guide on how to calculate your direct and your indirect costs. I'm going to be teaching you how to fix a selling price that will cover your overhead, how to pay yourself a salary, ways to cut down costs to accommodate more profit for your business. You will also be getting a customized fashion business costing and pricing calculator. This is a detailed Excel template for determining the total cost for creating a design and also the best price to sell that particular design. Do not worry, all mathematical equations have already been pre-filled for you. It's just for you to fill in your details and you get your result. You get the selling price to sell that particular design. You're also going to learn a secret approach that guarantees that your fashion business makes profit all year round and much more. All you need to do is to click the link in the description box to get started. I wish you all the best as you start or grow your fashion business.
Model 2, business planning. So in this module, you will learn the importance of business planning and how planning your business can put your business ahead, way ahead. You will also learn how to define your brand, target market research, business model, and also SWOT analysis. So in this module, we're going to start with deciding the form of business to run, business registration, business planning, importance of business planning, stages in business planning, defining your target market, SWOT analysis. So yes, we're just going to start with this, deciding the form of business to run. So when you decide to start a fashion business, you need to decide the form of business that you want to run. If it is a sole proprietorship business, a partnership business, or a limited liability company that you want to run. So this deciding the form of business is basically your corporate structure, your legal structure for your business. So most times people start off with a sole proprietorship business, and then when the business grows, they can now open a limited liability company. And also people also do partnership. Partnership is also very advisable as well. So for a sole proprietorship business, cost of setting up is low. All you need is a business name, and you register it and you start. And then the income to be taxed is in the hands of the owner under the personal income tax. So for sole proprietorship business, the owner pays personal income tax, and this tax is supposed to be paid before the 31st of March each year, right? Then business losses can be offset against income from the company and other resources. Required to file annual returns with the Corporate Affairs Commission. It's difficult to attract funding. Let's be very honest. It's difficult to attract funding from financial institutions and investors, but you can still get funding for your business. Once you have a very good business plan and you're able to pitch your ideas to investors, you could get funding for your business. A lot of businesses are also getting funding, so you should be among the businesses that are getting funding for your business if you're running a sole proprietorship business. So for partnership is simply it's very similar to a sole proprietorship business, just that the owners are more than one rather. For sole proprietorship, it's just one person that owns the company and takes all the decisions for the company. But for partnership business, you're either 2 or 3, or the number just keep going. You can be you are more than 2 anyways, 2 and above. So so the minimum number of partners is 2, and the maximum of partners you can have as much as 5, 6, 10 partners in your business. So similar to sole proprietorship with the same, it's almost the same. So when you're setting out a partnership business, you must have a partnership deed or agreement, because you want to outline what each partner's responsibility roles are and what you expect from each partner. So the commonest form are general partnerships, right? So a new partnership agreement must be formed whenever a partner leaves or you get a new partner to join the business. So yes, so it is beneficial to start up as a sole proprietorship business first, both from a cost perspective, filing, and regulatory perspective. So you can always start up as a sole proprietorship business, and after a while, as your business grows, then you can open a limited liability company, because limited liability company pays more tax than a sole proprietorship company. So you are required to file annual returns from the CAC. If you have established a company and you have not been filing your annual returns, then you need to go back to CAC. CAC is the body that you registered your business with. So, and also you need to plan to register or trademark your name, because you don't want to start your business now and then 3 years down the line you discover that someone has trademarked your name, your business name. So trademark is different from registering your business name, right? So because you have registered your business name with CAC, with the Corporate Affairs Commission, does not mean that someone else cannot use your name. Like, so you need to trademark your name, your business name, so that people don't, in the near future, you don't go and find out that someone is using your business name. And this actually honestly happened to my husband's business, his company. We registered, I think in 2017 or so, and in we registered it, and it was fine. And then in 2018 or so, thereabout, we discovered that we wanted to trademark the name because someone else was using the name. So we had to open another name and go and register. And so it was so stressful. People already knew the business for that name, and changing it, trying to build a brand around the new name, it was just so stressful. But we're on it now. It's working. We just have to stay at it. But it is just advisable, if you have the money, or even if you don't have the money now, you can plan to have your business name trademarked. So after deciding on the form of business to run, if it's a sole proprietorship business, if it's a partnership business, or if it's a limited liability business company that you want, then you need to register your business with the appropriate business registration authority. In Nigeria, it's CAC. CAC stands for Corporate Affairs Commission. This is where you're supposed to register your business. So people take you more seriously when you have your business registered. And please, immediately after you register your business, go straight to open a bank account. Yes, I'm telling you to open a bank account, because once you're running a business that has a corporate bank account, people take your business more seriously. Like, I don't want to be sending money to you. Their business account name is Tope Alabi, for example, and the name of your business is Emerald Stitches. So Emerald Stitches, Tope Alabi, like, it's two different names. So I'll advise that you register your business and you open a bank account. If you're going to pitch or request for funds from investors and financial institutions, you need your business registration documents. You can't do that. You can't access the money without it. So yeah, we're moving on to business planning. So a plan is a document stating what you want to achieve. And that is why you're taking this course, How to Start a Fashion Brand. After taking this course, you go down and write your business plan and ways in which you're going to achieve the things that you've written down in the plan. So when you have a plan, you have a direction. So like I said earlier, a plan is more like a roadmap, a map. So if you're using Google Map, for example, and you're going somewhere, it shows you where you're supposed to go first, the next place, and the next place, and then the next place. It will tell you when you arrive at your destination. So this is what a business plan is about. Like, planning your business, this is what it's about. A plan is a document stating what you want to achieve. So like I said, like I used the example of a map. Once you have written out what you want to do in your business, the plan for your business, you know your next bus stop, you know where you're going to next, you know what you need to do to achieve a certain goal, a certain part of your plan. So planning is ongoing because people like misread this. They say, okay, I've done my business plan. So no, planning is ongoing. You've planned, you've written out everything that you want to do in your business. But the truth is that planning is ongoing, because every day you plan your day, you plan your budget, you plan your marketing campaigns, you just keep planning. So planning is ongoing. So you have to keep doing it. And of course, you always refer to your business plan, but you have to keep Planning is ongoing. The first and foremost most important step in running a viable business is planning that business, as it is ordinarily the key to business success. So once you plan your business, that you are on the right track to business success. The continued existence of a business is strongly determined by the strength and the organization of its individual components. So when a business is composed, or a brand is composed of different entities, right? Because a business cannot stand on its own. You have workers or staff that work for you. You have marketing department, you have production department, you have the finance department. All of these different components form a business, right? And when all of these components are working effectively with no stress and the customers are satisfied, then you have a structured business and your business can be in existence for a long time. So all of these different components or parts or processes of your business have their goals. You have to have a plan for each of these components. I hope I'm making sense with this that I'm saying. So it's individual components which like I said, the marketing, the production team, the finance department, all of these components the activities that are done in these components or these individual components must be documented before setting up your business to ensure a smooth running of the business. So you want to write, even if your business is just you're the only staff right now, your plan is to grow your business to be able to employ other people to work for you. So you also have to plan from the onset that, okay, once I get a staff, once I get 2 tailors, once I get an admin staff, this is what their function, this is what they're going to be doing. When they do it like this, then the customers are satisfied. So you need to do a plan before you start up. You need to know where you are headed before you go ahead with the business. You need to know where you're headed, right? So the truth is, when you eventually start, you might deviate a little from your business plan, but at least you knew where you were. You knew it was a guide for you entering into the business. Because for me, I have deviated a lot from my business plan. Before I started my business, what I wrote down in my business plan, it was just supposed to be a bespoke and a ready-to-wear brand for women age 15 and above. Right now, I am catering to kids wear. I have a thrift shop. It wasn't part of the plan at all. I have a fashion school. I am doing trainings. It wasn't part of the plan at all. Like, I take that plan now, I'm just laughing. Like, I didn't, but that's just the truth. Like, it's just like with life, you can plan and plan. I want to do this. I want to have achieved this at age 20. I want to have achieved this. I want to go to this school. I want to do that. I want to do that. But sometimes you're just planning. You don't even know what God's plans are for you. Or you're planning and then life happens and you don't even end up becoming the medical doctor that you wanted to become when you were a child. You are now you're not in another profession. So like, it's okay. But then when you're setting out, you had a plan. Like, I want to do this. I want to do that. But along the line, different things happen, and either it makes you stronger or it breaks you. Sometimes it makes you stronger. Most times it makes you stronger. So I have honestly deviated from my plan. I won't lie, I've deviated from my plan. I am doing trainings now. It wasn't part of the plan. In fact, 3 years into my business, when people keep making inquiry about fashion school, I just said no. I'm not running a fashion school, and I keep recommending them to other people. But when God put the idea in me, it was time for it. So, but like I said, it wasn't in my plan. So it's fine to just have a plan that will help you when you're starting up, and it will honestly guide you. But the truth is that you might deviate from your plan, and then you can always write another plan. So Many people assume that planning a business is the same as a business plan. So I am here to tell you that planning a business is different from a business plan. Not completely different, but it is like a business plan is a plan where you have all the things that you want to do in your business, right? Planning your business is continuous. It's not a day, it's not something that you can just write in your plan and just leave it there. You plan your week, you plan your day, you plan your month. Okay, you set out in a month and you say, I want to be able to achieve these sales goals, I want to be able to achieve this in my life, I want to be able to do this, I want to be able to do that. That's planning. So planning itself is ongoing, right? With business plan, you just go, you write out everything that you want and it's there. And your business plan can be a 5 years plan and it's there. But your business planning itself is continuous. So note that it is not the plan that is important. What is important is the planning and eventually the execution of the things that you've written down of your business planning. So this is why people run budgeting in their business. People have budget for their business. Budgeting itself is planning. Budgeting is part of planning. So why do you plan your day? For example, I plan my day. I write everything I want to do every day and every week. And at the end of the week, I look at it. Oh God, I was not able to do this. I need to carry this over to next week. It's when you plan, it helps you to become very effective. If you don't plan your day, you don't achieve much. It's just like, okay, I'm just entering the day and then like, okay, anything that happens. But no, I always write, okay, I'll do this today. This dress is going out. Mrs. Toller's dress is going out. We need to buy this fabric in the market. Because if you make the mistake to think that everything is in your head, everything can be in your head and you will not forget anything, you won't run effectively like that. Write it down. That's why you have a phone. I write everything on my notes. I have the reminder app. I'm supposed to do this today, I'm supposed to do that today. It makes me very effective. Like once I'm done with all the things I need to do in a day, I feel fulfilled. I feel like, oh, my day has been productive. So that's the same thing you need to do for your business. You need to plan. And again, planning is ongoing. You keep planning. Like every day you come out, you plan, okay, I'm going to the market today. I'm going to buy fabric for this customer. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this dress. Make sure that I complete it because the customer has to come and pick it up on the next day or on Thursday or something. So once you don't plan, you don't achieve much. So it's the same thing as you plan your personal, your day and your life. You also have to plan your business. Once you plan your business, you achieve a lot because everything is written down. So you know what you're doing. You've planned what your staff are going to do. They know their job description. They know the time they resume. They know that if they burn a clothes, they will pay money. They know everything that they need to do. Right? So you can't achieve much in your business if you don't plan. So this model is very important. Business planning is very important. You need to plan your business. Take out time, write it out, type it on your laptop, write it out in your book. Just have a plan and always go back to it. But the thing is that it's not about writing it down, but eventually taking action, doing what you've written down. Okay. So, the importance of business planning. Planning enables you to stay focused. Yes, I've said it. When I plan my day, I am more productive because I know that I need to achieve so and so before the end of the day. So I stay focused. I stay on that. Once I'm being distracted by petty talks or social media, I go back and say, no, it's already 12 o'clock. I'm supposed to do all of this today. So planning enables you to stay focused because you have a plan, you have a target, you have a sales goal, you have a marketing target, target, you have things that you want to do, you have customers that are breathing down your neck because of their dresses. So you have a plan. Once you have a plan, you stay focused. That's just it. So it helps you to achieve your goals. Yes, of course it does. Planning provides a clear direction for your business. Like I said, it's like a map, it's like a roadmap. So once you plan your business, you are entering your business clearly with the clear idea of everything that you're going to face, or all the things that you need to do in your business. So it forces you to take action, and it provides a clear route to implementation. Planning forces you to take action. It does. Forces you to set targets. Yes, planning setting targets is a plan. So yes, so you have a big plan and you cannot break it down. Or you have a sales target of 5 million in a year, for example. Then you break down that when you say sales targets of 5 million, that is a plan. The plan is that in this year I want to make 5 million in sales. That's revenue. So what you have to do to achieve that? You also have to plan it. Like, I have to sell 500 clothes in a month to be able to get so amount of money to be. If I do this every month, at the end of the year, I will be able to make 5 million in revenue. That is a plan. So plan forces you to set target. Then you break the huge targets into smaller stepping stones to success. So every milestone reaches a step closer to your dream. So after January, you are able to make a particular amount of sales. It's pushing you towards your end goal, which is to make 5 million naira. So what I hear from people is that, I want to set up a fabulous fashion business. I want to set up a business that will be in existence forever, and so on. So what if you want to do all of that? You need to plan your business. And again, planning is continuous. So living with the reality, or fine-tuning your mindset to know that planning is continuous. It's not just about your business plan that you've written when you start your business or when you're starting your business. Having that mindset that you need to plan every day for your business to succeed, then you are going to be on the right track. So moving on. Stages in business planning. So the stages in the business planning process, rather. So the first thing is to define your business concept, right? We've done that. We've talked about defining your business concept. So when you decide that when you're planning your business, the first thing you need to do is to define your business concept. I mean, once it's an idea, okay, I want to start a fashion brand. Okay, fashion is broad. Fashion industry is broad. So you want to define what exactly you want to be doing, what part of the fashion industry, what part we want your product to be for. So defining your business concept is the first thing you need to do, whether it's a ready-to-wear, it's a bridal, bespoke, kids wear, curvy women, swimwear, etc. Then you research your market. So after you've decided that, I want to do this, I want to make dresses for curvy women, you have to go and research and make sure that, there are really customers that are out there for your product. How do you do research? You can do research through surveys. You can do research through actually creating some designs and giving it to a few women to review and say, okay, please, I'm creating designs for curvy women. What do you think about this? What don't you like about this design? I always like to go through the route of asking customers or prospective customers what don't they like about a design, because that way they can be honest with you. But once you ask somebody, what do you like about the design? So I like the buttons, I like the way, I like the color, I like that. They will just tell you what you want to hear, right? But once you ask somebody, what don't you like about this dress? They look at it with a deeper eye, a deeper view, and say, let me think. And then they start to give you honest reviews. So research your market to even know if your business concept that you've chosen if it will work, if it will give you money. So after you've done your research, at the point of doing your research, you're taking all the notes down and everything. You might go back and refine your business concept. Excuse me. So maybe you started out that, I want to do ready to wear for male and female. And you go and research your market and you say, this is so broad, like you're doing ready to wear for male and female. Why don't I just stick to ready to wear for only female? After your market research, you find out I'm just going to stick to ready to wear for only female between ages, this and that. So after researching your market, you refine your business concept. You might not need to refine your business concept. It might still remain the same. Then you test your product, right? So you create designs and get people to either buy or sample product for people to have, and let them give you reviews about your garment. And then you formulate your business plan. So you're supposed to do all of this before you write your business plan. So these are the stages of business planning. So we're moving on to target market. So now we've defined our business concept. We know what we want and who we want to produce for. Rather, we know what we want to do. We know that we want to produce, for example, curvy women. So now you need to define your ideal customer, which is target market. So a target market is a specific group of people most likely to buy a company's product or services. This group of people are united by some common characteristics like demographic, behavior, age, and so on. So because you have mad designs, you have great ideas, beautiful designs, right, does not mean that you're going to, once you bring out those designs, if you've not carefully mapped out who your target market is for, you can go and bring out designs and nobody will buy. That's just the honest truth. So defining who you want your business product, your garment to be worn right before you start is very important. I know my target market. My target market for my ready-to-wear brand are people, women in the middle class or upper class, working class women. So people that are not entry level workers, but people that have been working for quite a while, maybe 3, 4, 5 years, and some of them have even gone as high as becoming managers in their company, right? Because I have my price range is for my ready-to-wear pieces is from 10,000 naira and above. So my pieces can go as high as, from 15, 20, 30, 40,000 naira and so on. So for these people that I have targeted for my product, their disposable income, they earn a lot, so therefore their disposable income is more than what I have just mentioned. So definitely they can buy my product with no stress. So you need to define who you want, your ideal customer, and then you design for your ideal customer. If you do that, that means people are going to buy your product. You're not just thinking that people will buy because you have great design, but because honestly people will buy your product because you already know who you're targeting with your designs. Once you know your marketing, once you know your target market, it helps you to, even with your marketing, because you just focus on your ideal customer and market and run marketing campaigns targeted at those people. So for example, you're a luxury brand. If you're a luxury brand, your target market should be people that live in the eyebrow areas. So it does not make sense for you to go and do flyers for your products, your dresses, and then you go and share it in the market, like local markets where they sell food stuff. How does that work? The people in the market cannot afford your clothes. Why are you sharing flyers to them? Do you get, like, it can't work? It just saves you a lot of time. Now you know that your target market are people that live in the eyebrow area. You take your lookbook to the businesses that are on the eyebrow areas and put your lookbook there, put it on their table. When they come and have lunch, they see it and they go through it. You're putting your product in their faces there, not people in the market. Because people in the market cannot afford the product you're offering, since your product is a luxury good and it's for the high-end people. So knowing your ideal customer, knowing where they live, knowing a lot of information about them, their behaviors, all of that we help you with your marketing campaign, and you just focus. You don't spend money unnecessarily and be going to different places in the market trying to share your flyers or trying to tell them about your product. And then later you now start saying, oh, I'm working so hard. Today was productive. I went out. I did market. I'm sure people will buy from me. Your marketing campaign is not targeted at the right people. So please take out time to define your ideal customer. Know what they do. Know what they want. So what do you want to produce? So how to define your target market? How do you define your target market? First of all, you need to start with what you want to produce. So if you're producing kids clothing, okay, yes, you want to produce kids clothing. What's the age range for the kids clothing? Okay, let's go on. Who you want to produce for? So like I said, if you want to produce for kids clothes, for kids, then you want to put a age range to the kids. If you want to produce for all the kids here, and that's fine, like 0 to 15 years or thereabouts. So choose a specific demographic to target. Age, location, gender, income level, educational level, marital status, occupation. Some people just want to produce for married women or people that are working in the bank, or people that just choose the people that you want to target and then stick to it. So then you consider the psychographics of your target market. That is, you want to know more about your target, the people that you're producing for, right? So more about their personal characteristics, e.g. personality, their attitudes, their value, their interests, their belief, their lifestyle. Like some people, you know that your customers are always, let's just use example of, let's say Heineken. Heineken will have most of the adverts in beer parlors, sporting centers, where people go and drink, where people go and watch football, so that as they're watching football, they can just buy a can of Heineken and then they will drink. So you see the adverts there to just be in your face when you're watching, even if you don't even want to buy, but the advert is just in your face. And just, oh, please give me one can of Heineken, and they're able to, because if they know where their customers are. So this is just the ways at which you can define your target market. So answer all of these questions. Have an idea who you want your product to be for. After you do that, you choose a demographic or a target. Consider the psychographic of your target market. Just do it like this, and then you will be fine. So I think I need to say this. So the only way to determine your target market is to look inward. Think and ask yourself, who do you want your clothes to be seen? Is your clothes or is your designs? If your designs are for market women, then your designs are for market women. People are selling in market. But your dream is to be able to make clothes that will fit comfortably into people that sell in the market. That is your dream. Stick to it. Run your marketing campaigns towards those people, and your business will grow. You will make profits. You have sales because you are targeting the right people. So think it is your business. Think, okay, who do I want to wear my designs? Do you want your clothes to be seen on university students, on entry-level executive, senior executive? So, like I said earlier, my target market are for people. My target market for my ready-to-wear are for senior executives. So I know that the people that I want to wear my ready-to-wear pieces, they probably earn like 500 and above or 300 and above. And if someone earns 300 and above, after paying all their bills in a month, they probably will have a disposable income of maybe 100k. So when you have a disposable income of 100k, you can comfortably buy a dress of 25,000 naira and you won't feel it, because that's your disposable income. all the things you need to spend money on, all your bills, your utilities, all of that has been sorted out. So you now have a disposable income. Out of that disposable income, you probably would have saved some money. So, okay, let me just buy a dress. Let me buy 2 dresses, 50k. Those are my target market, right? So you need to define your target market and know what they earn, and then what they earn plays a lot, because you don't want to be saying that your product are for students, secondary school students, and you're going to give them dresses that cost 50k. Do you want them to steal? They cannot afford it. They cannot afford it. So why is target market important? Choosing a target market is important because it enables your company to direct its resources to those customers with high potential for sales growth, interest in the product, and loyalty to the brand. So like I said earlier, once you know your target market, all the things that you will do, your marketing campaigns, your community service will be focused at your target market, people that you want to buy products from. And once you do that, those people will see your product, and then they will buy, and then you make sales, and then you make profit. And these people can remain your customers forever. So moving on to SWOT analysis. So I always advise that you do a SWOT analysis before you start your business. So what is a SWOT analysis? A SWOT analysis is a strategic planning technique. Yes, again, it is a planning technique. And you know what we're talking about in this module is planning, how you're going to plan your business. So SWOT analysis is a strategic planning technique used to help a person or organization identify its strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats related to business or a project. So this definition is according to Wikipedia. So Wikipedia says that defining a person or your business, identifying their strength, their weakness, their opportunities, and threats will help you better know what it is that you want to do for your business. So I prefer that. I always advise that you do this on a personal level and then on a business level. So for personal level, you want to define your strength, what it is that you can bring to the table. For your business, okay, I'm very good at pattern drafting. I'm going to be the pattern drafter. I'm not good at marketing. I'm going to get someone to market for me. Not knowing how to market is your weakness. My strength is that I'm a very good pattern drafter. So I stick to it. I make all the patterns patterns for the designs that I want to create. I don't know how to do marketing. So I have to get someone on board. I'm going to outsource it to a marketing company. That's my weakness. So my opportunity can be that my location where I am. Sorry, I think I'm doing this for the business, not personal. Okay, so because you are the business, mostly because you're probably running a sole proprietorship business, and because your business, you are the face of your business, so you're most likely the business, right? But of course, you have to differentiate the business from yourself as the business go on. So your opportunities can be the advantages, what you stand to gain. Like it can be your location, right? So your threat are those things that prevent you from achieving your business goals. So strength basically are those areas where you have an advantage over others or some unique resources to exploit. Your weakness can be areas where you or your organization may be weaker than others and may find that others can do better. For things like this, I just advise that you focus on your strength. Later on, you work on your weakness so that that thing does not remain your weakness forever. Your opportunities are possibilities that you can take advantage of to help you achieve your goals and ambition. So for example, if you're a luxury brand and your shop is located in, for example, Ikoyi, you know that you're already of an advantage having your shop there because you are in the center of where the money flows. But if your product is for luxury and then your shop is located in Mushin, it can't work for you. You have to be taking your product to Ikoyi to go and look for customers to buy from you. You get what I'm saying? So threats are those things that may prevent you or your organization from making a profit or achieving your goals. So I've written out a SWOT analysis matrix. So for strength, what do you do well? I said this earlier on. If you are very good at, let's say for example, cutting, sewing, marketing, designing, customer relationship, you need to write out what you do well. Just write it out somewhere. So this is your strength. What unique resources can you draw on? Pattern drafting, excellent relationship with people, tutoring. If you're very good at passing knowledge, then you can decide, okay, I want to have a fashion school. I want to just teach people. I don't even want to sew. I don't want to sell clothes. I just want to teach people how to sew. Some fashion companies don't have products, like physical product. What they have is their knowledge-based product. So define, know what it is that you want, and then you stick to it. What do others see as your strength? So what do people see you as your strength? Some people say, I know you are very good at illustrating. Oh my god, your sketches are always on point. I'm so always detailed, so beautiful. So what are people seeing? Like, you might not even know that that's your strength too. Like, because sometimes, right, what you have, you don't value it. It's other people that will be telling you what your value, right? They are the ones seeing it, because you might not know that you're very good at it. It might just be something you're doing out of, you just like to do it. But people come and see and say, oh, you're very good at this. So what do others see as your strengths? So write all of this out, and then you know that these are your strengths, and you focus on it, and you do it, and you achieve success in your business. Then your weakness, what could you improve on? Maybe you're not good at customer relationship, marketing skills, communication skills. Like, you might be very poor with your communication skills, right? Sewing skills, pattern making skills. All of these things that are your weakness. What you should do is to work on them. Take up courses. In your spare time, work on them. Where do you have fewer resources than others? Maybe it's not as if you don't know how to sew, but you're not just very good at it. So you want to know, that is also part of your weakness, and you want to improve on it. For example, marketing skills, communication skills. What are others likely to see as a weakness? So people tend to see that, oh, you don't deliver on time. They say it, they keep saying it all the time. So you know that is a weakness, and you need to work on it. So your opportunities, what opportunities are open to your business? For example, your location, your quality of your product, staff strength, cheap labor. You can be producing from another state and selling it in Lagos or in a hybrid area. That's your opportunity, because you're utilizing cheap labor. In fact, like, your location, your rent, and everything is so cheap, and then you bring that product to a hybrid area and you sell. That's your opportunity. What trends could you take advantage of? Research for trends and work on it. So, like, sometimes some things are just trending. Like, maybe Beyonce came out and wore a beautiful dress, and that dress is trending, and you're very good at making the dress. You can make that same dress, give it a name or define it, change it a little, and then sell it, right? So, like, you want to, what trends are take advantage of trends, jump on it when it is still trending, and make money from it before people start to not want it again. So how can you turn your strengths into opportunities? Now you know your strengths. You know that you are very good at pattern drafting. You know, why don't you start teaching people how to draft patterns? You can take out opportunities from your strengths. This is just an example. So what threat could harm your business? Customer leaving due to high prices can be a threat. Violence in your location can be a threat. Like if your location they're always fighting, customers may not want to come because they keep hearing that they kill people in your area. They won't want to come. That's a threat. That's a big threat to your business. And when customers don't come to buy, you don't make sales. And once you don't make sales, you're not running a business because your business will pack up after a while. So what is your competition doing? Cheap prices, sales, party, etc. So this can also be a threat. If all the businesses around you have cheap prices, that is a threat, because even if your price is high, you need to try as much as possible to try to convince these people that you're offering better product. And they tell you, no, what I buy from you is still the same as what I buy from that person. That person's product is cheaper. So this can be a threat for your business. So what threats do your weaknesses expose you to? So this is a SWOT analysis matrix. So you need to sit down, write out all of these things: your strengths, your weakness, your opportunities, and your threat. This helps you to focus. You know your strengths, you focus on your strengths. You know your weakness, you work on your weakness. You know the opportunities that are open to your business. You try to leverage on those opportunities to be able to achieve your business goals. You know your threats, you try to work around it. If you have, for example, if you have to move your location from that violence field area to another area, you move it. So once you have a clear picture of your strength, your weakness, your potential, and your strength, it helps your business to become productive. It helps you to become productive. It really helps your business to become productive. I have to repeat it. So please do a SWOT analysis for your business, for yourself. Module 3, design, creation, and fabric sourcing. In this module, you will learn about creating your designs and fabric and accessories sourcing. So we're going to start with factors to consider when creating your designs: market research, transitioning from a fashion designer to a business owner, defining your business model, finding fabrics and suppliers, types of fabric, where to source for fabric and accessories, tips for choosing the right fabric. So now that we're done with defining your brand, defining your target market, deciding the form of business to run, creating SWOT analysis for your business, you want to create your designs. I mean, this is what you're supposed to do. Like, this is why you're starting up your business. You create designs for people to buy. So you need to create your designs. You can do that. You can get ideas from different places, from online, Pinterest, and just create your designs. Right, we're going to talk more on creating designs later on. But then create your designs. You need to create your designs. If you want to do it by yourself, or you want to employ a creative to do it for you, you can always do that. Like, there are people that have designs that they want to sell to fashion designers or fashion business owners. So create your designs. So factors to consider when creating your designs, right? Your ideal customer. We talked about your ideal customer target marketing in the previous module. And when you're creating your designs, you want to have your customer's picture in mind. Okay, I'm creating my designs for curvy women. So once you're creating designs for curvy women, you want to create designs that will suit those people. So you have your designs, your ideal customer in mind when creating your designs. So these are just the factors you need to consider when creating your designs. Your location, right? So for example, if your location is if you're in the north, or you're in a Muslim area, and in that location they always wear clothes that cover their bodies. Once you're creating designs, you want to create designs to suit those people, because it's those people in that location that will buy your product, right? So you don't want to go and, if you're in those areas, you don't want to go and be creating bikinis for people to buy every day. They will not buy it because they want to wear dresses that are covering their bodies. So your location plays a lot of role when you're creating your designs. So look at your location, look at what people are wearing around, and then you create designs to suit those people as well, based on your target market anyways. So your price point. So if your price point is for luxury people, then you want to create designs that are very sophisticated, designs that will have, that once you just look at them, it feels classy already. So your price point, depending on, okay, so once you're creating those designs that look classy, then you want to look at, okay, the price point for the designs would be a certain amount. So your price point, when you're creating your designs, your price point should be in your mind when you're creating your designs. Where will you sell these designs? So where you're going to sell your designs also plays a major factor in creating your designs. If you're selling your designs to people in the market, then you want to create designs that will suit those people. So yeah, these are just the factors to consider when creating your designs. So now you've created your designs. How do you even know if the designs you've created will suit the market that you are selling to? You need to do a market research. A market research is an organized effort to gather information about your target market or customers to make business decisions. So target market techniques include surveys, interviews, observation, and you can use Google Forms to do surveys, to send out surveys. You can have your designs in a PDF and send out to some of your customers, ask for reviews. You can go to maybe a trade show and then you speak to people individually about your designs. There are different ways to do market research, but you need to go out and get this information to know if people will actually buy the designs that you're creating. Right? Yes, so why do you need to do market research? To define and establish a need for your product. So now if you go out and you do this market research, you will even know if people need your product. And from the results you get from your market research, you can go back and refine your product you're going to be offering and say, no, people don't want this dress, so they will not like to wearing outfit like this in this area, or let me go and refine my design. So it helps you to define and establish a need for your product, to determine your business model or operational structure. So your business model is basically how you want to produce. Maybe like you can do a market, maybe you wanted to have your own factory, and after doing your market research, you find out that the money that you will spend in creating your own factory is going to be so much, and you might not have that money right now. So you can start off by outsourcing your production. So, but if you didn't even do that market research to figure out the cost that comes with setting up a factory, you just go into that business blindly, and then the cost will start hitting you left and right. So market research is very important to maximize output and minimize production, to source for strategic partners and network, to make sales and profit, which is your major goal anyways. So once you do your market research, you'll be able to, especially in terms of these fabric sourcing, suppliers, you go out and look for designs, fabric that will suit your product. You can even go and search and you find out that this design that you want to create, the fabric you're seeing in the markets will not work well for this design. So I need to refine my design. Maybe I take out this particular design from my collection, or I find another fabric that will work for it, not that exact fabric that I had in mind. So you can have a lot of ideas in your mind, but if you don't even go out to research to make sure that your location, where you want to put your shop, your office, whatever, if the area is even okay, if it has some threat, if businesses in that area sell, you want to go and do a lot of research about your business, about your product before you start out. So to source for strategic partners and network, why do you have to buy your fabric in bulk when you can find someone who will sell for you on credit? Like once you go out to do market research, you can end up getting strategic partners in terms of suppliers. And if you have great suppliers, it will help your business. It will help you get the right fabric. It will help you to buy items from them on credit and then you pay back. So this will enable you to have cash flow to be able to do other things for your business. So I know some people only want to network with people that will buy their product, but no, networking is all round. It goes round. Like, you also want to network with the right people that would probably give you good information to source for tailors or source for fabric. And all these network are all important. It's not just the people that want to buy your product, but the people that you need to, or the things that you need to do before your product gets out. You want to make strategic relationship with all of these people, your suppliers, your vendors, people that are going to fix your machine if there's any issue, people that will repair your generator if there's any issue. So yes, having these strategic partners will help with the efficient flow of production of resources. And if things go on well, you make sales and then you make profits, which is the major goal in your business. So, importance of market research in production. So once you've done your market research, it helps you to know if the designs you want to bring out are great, and if they are not great, you can go back and refine your design based on your customer's perception, redefine your business model. You can find out that, I'm not sure I want to have a bespoke brand again. It's just really to where I want to stick to, and I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure that I can afford to have a factory where I'll have people work for me and I'll be able to supervise them. Why don't I just outsource my production? So it helps you to redefine your business model. You might not need to redefine it, but it also, business market research helps you redefine your business model. Assist in selecting suitable production method. Yes, like I said, you might not want to produce in-house. You might want to outsource your production. After your market research, you just decide that no, I'm not going to outsource my production. It's the same cost. Why don't I just have my own production units? So market research helps to locate suppliers and it helps you to locate suppliers of raw materials. It helps in management decisions. So once you've done your market research, you just go back and some decisions that you've made, like, this cannot work for my business. In this location that I'm in, it can't work for my business. It helps you to know what to produce, when to produce, in what sizes and quantities. It helps you to build a database of strategic partners and potential customers. Yeah. So transitioning from a fashion designer to a business owner. So now you know that you're a fashion designer, you know that you have great designs and you want people to buy your product from you. What you need to note is that your type of business model, if there will be a market for your designs, how to match your design philosophy to your business model. So the truth is that at the point when you're starting your business, it's probably maybe passion, or you want to start a fashion brand and you have mad designs, great designs that you think would sell. But once you've created your designs, you have to move on from being a fashion designer that has great designs to a business owner. A business owner in the sense that your designs have to sell. You have to recuperate the money that you spent in producing that design, and you have to make profits. And when you're making profits, you're a business owner, right? You know that different costs are incurred. So all of these costs have to be factored in your pricing so that you can get profits. You can get the money you use to make the outfits, and you can get profits, and you get your salary, and you can get paid, and you are able to afford the things of life. So you need to know the type of business model that you're going to run. Your business model basically means how you want to produce. If you're going to produce in-house, or you're going to outsource production locally, or you want to outsource production overseas. whatever one that you choose to do is fine. But you should know that your business model can change anytime. Like, you can start off by outsourcing production, for example, and as your business grows, you then set up your own production units, have a space, have your own tailors, have different people that work for you. But your business model can change, and you can start off with having your own factory and then you move on to outsourcing. So like, your business model can change anytime. If there will be a market for your design, so as a business owner, you have to produce and then you go out and look for people that will buy your product. You can't sit down and wait for people because you have spent money to produce this design. So you need to get people that will buy it from you. So how to match your design philosophy to your business model. So hold on, please. Let me just drink some water. Defining your business model. So your business model determines how you're going to produce, that is, produce in-house or outsource production, or produce locally or overseas. I didn't talk about design philosophy. Sorry, let me go back. So your design philosophy will determine the raw materials you want to use during production, right? So the type of designs that you're creating will determine what you are going to, the raw materials, the fabric, the zip you're going to use to create that design. So, and then you have to match that philosophy to your business model. So if, for example, like the example I gave earlier, example of entry-level people as a target market, for example, for a ready-to-wear brand, and you know that people that are entry-level employees, they can afford a pants of 10,000 naira, for example. So what this means is that the material and production in general can't be more than, say, 5k. So this is just what I mean by matching your design philosophy to your business model. So if your business model is to produce in-house and your designs are for people earning, for entry-level workers, for example, that earn 60,000 naira, and you know that those people can afford a pant of 10,000 naira, for example. If they can afford a pant of 10,000 naira, that means after your fabric, your zip, the money you're going to pay your staff, this person that's going to sew, everything cannot be more than 5,000 naira or 6,000 naira, for example, so that you can have something left to call profit. So that means you have to ensure that you're getting cheap fabric. You have to ensure that you're getting cheap labor to be able to meet up that your production and everything, your accessory does not go past a certain amount for you to be able to give a selling price of 10,000 naira. So you have to be able to match your design philosophy to your business model. So if they can afford 10,000 naira to buy a pant, it doesn't mean that you have to use a low quality fabric because you say it's 10,000 naira, for example. You just have to find the best fabric that will go with that pant for that price that you're offering as a selling price. I hope that I'll be able to explain this thing very well. So yes, I just wanted to mention that before I move on. So defining your business model determines how you are going to produce, whether you're going to produce in-house, whether you're going to outsource your production, or you're going to produce locally or overseas. Like I said earlier, your business model can change anytime. You can decide to outsource your production today and tomorrow you own your own factory, or vice versa. Like, it can change anytime. So finding fabrics and suppliers. So we have different types of fabrics, yeah? Cotton, spandex, rayon, linen, cashmere, silk, lycra, wool, chiffon, denim, velvet, jacquard, lace, georgette. There are so many types of fabric in the market. Some fabrics that you don't even know the name. They are just in the market. Like, you know that this fabric will be good for this. So after creating your designs, you want to match a fabric to your design. So you want to know if this fabric will be good enough for this design, because fabric plays a major role in how the outcome of your design. Because if you don't want to go and buy a fabric that would shrink, for example, and it won't bring out the effect or the feel of your design. So knowing a lot about fabrics is very important. But with fabrics, you learn on the job. Like, you learn as you grow. You can't learn everything about fabric in one day. You learn as you go. So these are different types of fabric. We have more, but I just listed out these ones here. So these are different types of fabrics, and then they are picture, cotton, velvet, jersey, silk, wool, denim, satin, jacquard, linen, rayon, chiffon. So these are just different types of fabrics and their pictures. So where to source for fabric? Where can you source for fabric for your designs? So you can source for your fabrics locally in your local market. You can shop for fabric online as well. You can go for trade shows and people sell fabrics there as well. So in Nigeria, you can shop for your fabric for your, like in Lagos rather. I shop for my fabric from Yaba and Lagos Island Market. So if you want to buy things like wool, spandex, it's advisable to go to Yaba Market. You see it there. The other good market as well. You go there. There's Aba Market in Abia State. I haven't been there, but people get good fabrics from there as well. If you can go there, and then the price is also very affordable there as well. So there are different places you can shop for fabric. And I have a fashion business template that contains reliable suppliers for fabric accessories, and you can get that on my website, ekioris.com. So you can shop for your fabric in these places as well. So if you get the template that contains my reliable suppliers, you'll be able to get contact information of reliable suppliers that I have used over the years. These contacts are very valuable. So if you want to get those contacts, please purchase the fashion business templates to grow your business from our website, ekioris.com. So tips for choosing the right fabric. So yes, the structure of your design to be made will help you determine the kind of fabric that you're buying. For example, if you are making a winter jacket, you can't buy silk fabric. To make a winter jacket, you need to buy wool. You have to buy a fabric that has weight so that it will bring out the design of the winter jacket. So the structure of your design, how your design is going to look, will determine the kind of fabric that you will buy. Then do your research about the fabric. So sometimes what I do is that I just go to the market, I go to some shops and I just do window shopping, check the fabric. You know, when you want to buy a dress from a shop, you feel the dress, you touch it. So, and then you see a design that looks like a design that you want to create, and then you feel the fabric. Feeling the fabric and looking at the fabric can really help you to determine the kind of fabric that is being used, so that when you go to the market to buy, you can have an idea that, okay, when I feel this fabric, it looks like the fabric that I saw in that shop. So just do your research. This will help you to choose the right fabric for a particular design that you're creating. Then the texture of the fabric. The texture of the fabric, whether it is skin friendly. If you're producing for children, for example, you don't want to buy fabrics that are not friendly to the skin. Fabric that, like sequins, that is going to rip the skin of the child. You want to buy friendly fabric, breathable fabrics that that the children can play in, they'll wear, and they'll feel very comfortable in it. Because children are not adults. Adults now, that beauty is pain. Like they can wear anything just to look beautiful. But for children, they just want to be comfortable. They just want to be able to play, run around. So you want to buy fabrics that will suit the design you're creating for them. So the texture of the fabric will tell you that. How do you know texture of fabric? Just take the fabric and feel it over your skin and put it on your body. Put it on your hands, look at it. Then check the drape. So with drape, just always unroll. When you go to the market to buy fabric, always unroll the fabric, bring it out, look at it, and see how it hangs. How it hangs on your body, or how it hangs in the air. The hang or the drape of the fabric will be a key element in terms of how the garments, what you're creating, is going to look. So notice how it hangs while it's on your body. If it has some weight, you want to check. That's how to check. These are the tips for choosing the right fabric to buy, especially in line with the design that you're creating. Then check the width of the fabric. So usually fabrics come in different lengths. We have some fabrics come in 60 inches. Most crepe fabrics come in 60 inches. Some come in 120 inches. Some come in 45. Ankara comes in 45 inches. So if you're creating a design, you want to check the width of the fabric to know if it will work with what you're creating. Then test the fabric stretch. So for you to test the fabric stretch, right, you need to pull the fabric, out, like within your fingers, to test if it will stretch. Most fabric will actually stretch. Some fabric has different elements of stretch. Some fabric will stretch so much, some will not stretch so much. So particularly when you pull the fabric on the cross diagonal against the grain line. So once you pull your fabric, then you will know if it will stretch. If the design that you are creating will, if you need a bit of stretch, then you check the fabric. If that fabric doesn't stretch, you look for another fabric that will stretch. So test the fabric stretch, check the color. Yes, you want to be sure of the color. Most times when you're buying fabric, you honestly need natural light to know the color of the fabric itself. Like you can be buying a fabric from a shop that has yellow light and you're not seeing the color well. Please take it out to a natural light and look at the color against the sun to be sure that the color that you're buying is the color that you really want for your designs. Then you also want to visualize your design. So like when I'm buying fabric, I just stay and I picture the fabric on the design I want to create, and I'll just look at it. Is this going to work for it? Even if the person that's selling the fabric is telling you it will work, don't worry, maybe at this style you want, so it will work. You are the person designing. Visualize, make sure that you're seeing a picture of your design in that fabric, and if it will look good, and if it will look good, then you can buy. So these are just the tips for choosing the right fabrics for your designs. Module 4, the production process. In this module, you will learn all the information you need about producing your designs and also setting up a clothing production unit. So we'll start off with the preparation stage, the construction stage, items needed in the production process, documentation required in the production process, checklist for outsourcing production to a factory, different functions in the production unit, planning the layout of your production unit, splitting the production process. We're going to talk about all of this in this module. So the production process, the production process is divided into the preparation stage and then the construction stage. So in the preparation stage is where the fabrics and patterns are prepared for construction, for like creating the designs, right? The construction stage is the stage where the garments are actually sewn and tested for fit before finalizing as in before you give it out to the customers. So it is very important to plan properly and not just start producing anyhow, like, because if you do, you only blame yourself if people don't buy. Because a design is nice in your eye does not mean that people will buy. In fact, people around might not even buy because they think that it's not nice. So just knowing how you want to produce is very important, and we're just going to start off with the preparation stage. So with the preparation stage, these are the stages in the preparation stage. Take body measurements. So this will work even if you're doing bespoke or you're doing ready to wear. So if you're doing bespoke, you take the body measurement and then you make the dress. If you're doing ready to wear, you use a standard size chart, right? Maybe you want to use a known brand standard chart, or you simply want to create your own size chart and you want people to work with your own size chart. Whatever ways, the first thing you need to do is to figure out the measurement you're going to use for your designs. Then you create your patterns using the body measurement or the size chart, and you buy your fabrics based on what you have created, your patterns that you've created according to the patterns made. So it's better for you to create your patterns first before buying your fabric. This will help you to know the quantity of fabric that you want to buy for a particular design or for your collection. It helps you to prevent waste. It helps you to prevent buying excess and also buying too little. So then after then, you buy your zips, your accessories that you're going to be using for your design before you start cutting. Then before you cut, you have to steam your fabric to make sure that it stays out well. Then you place your pattern and then you cut. Then you lay out your pattern pieces on your fabric and then you cut. So your pattern pieces are all of these. Like looking at this picture, this is one pattern piece, this is another pattern piece, this is another pattern piece, this is another pattern piece. So if you're making a dress, your dress can have maybe like 4 or 5 pattern pieces. So we're also going to talk about labeling of patterns, so you will know. So yeah, so these are just the stages in the steps in the preparation stage. So now that we know what to do, we're going to move on to step 2, which is the construction stage. So in this stage, you construct your garments, you fit or you do alterations, and then you do final fitting before delivery or before mass production. So yeah. So items needed in the production process. So once you're producing, you need your fashion sketches, you need your tech pack, especially if you're outsourcing production, you really need this. You need your spec sheet. If you're not even outsourcing production, you want to do it within your organization, you also need to have like a tech pack or a form of maybe a spec sheet explaining what it is that you want designs to be. So a tech pack simply shows it shows the details of a design. We're going to talk about it later on in this module, but it shows the details. It shows the front view. It has a fashion sketch as well, or a diagram showing your front view, the back view, and all of the information that you need, the stitches, the kind of buttons that you need to place on it. It just gives you all the information you need about the design. That's what tech pack does. Then your patterns, right? You need your patterns in the production process, patterns of the designs that you are creating. Then you have to buy, of course, your fabric and your accessories. So these are the items you need in your in a production unit, in a production process rather. So most times when a tailor does rubbish on your dress, they mostly feel like they mostly do rubbish because they don't know, they've not gotten complete information about the design that they're creating. So you're showing somebody a design, you're showing them just the front view. How do you want them to create the back view of the dress? So explain it. You don't want to assume that the tailor knows or the production house knows what you want to create. Write everything out. This is what you're supposed to be. This is what you're supposed to be here. We're using this type of zip. We want to use Peter Pan collar in the neck. We want the back to be a low back, a V neck front. Like, write out all of those information out in your spec sheet. And then if they don't now deliver based on the spec sheet, you can hold them accountable and say, in the spec sheet, I stated that I wanted us to have a long sleeve, and then you ended up doing a 3/4 sleeve for me. How do you want my designs? How do you want my customers to wear this design like this? Just knowing what they're supposed to, the production unit or your tailor is supposed to make is very important, and then you can have that in your tech pack, your spec sheet. So this is an example of a fashion sketch. You create your designs with sketching what your idea, what you have in your head, putting it down in a paper or in your laptop or whatever. Just shows these are your fashion sketches. So if you show a designer, or rather a tailor, this sketch, they can only see the front view. They don't know what it is that you want them to do at the back. They don't know the kind of zip that you want. So having your fashion sketches are also part of your tech pack. So having your fashion sketch and explaining, I want it to be a cup sleeve. I want the neck to be deep V. I want them to be a bony hair. Like, you just explains everything that you want, and then you have a back view as well. So this is a fashion sketch. This is an example of a tech pack. So a tech pack will show your front view, back view, the product name, it will show different things, like all the information you need to know about your design will be on the tech pack, and this will help the person producing, because all the information they will need is there. This type of zip, thread, all the information you need about your design will be on it. So this is a tech pack, and this is a pattern. This is just a picture of a pattern. You have the front, back, all the details, and then patterns come with different pattern pieces as well. So you need to be able to learn how to label your patterns properly. So pattern labeling. How do you label your patterns? First, you need to write the name of the customer or the style number of the design. For those who run factories, you have to write style numbers. If it's a bespoke customer, you just write the customer's name on the pattern, then the type of garment. If it is let me see, for example, if it's a off-shoulder dress, you just write the type of garment that it is on the pattern. Then you state the front, and then you state the back. Then you state the grain line. So a grain line shows you how to place the pattern on the fabric. So the grain line must be parallel to the selvage of the fabric. So the selvage is basically the yardage. That is the part where they measure at the market, right? They say 1 yard, 2 yard, 3 yards. That part of the fabric is called the selvage. And then the grain line is the part of the fabric that does not stretch. So after stating the grain line, excuse me, you have to place your pattern notches on the fabric, so you know where will be your dart and all of that, where you're cutting from. The number of pieces to cut. Then you construction and fold lines, and then your pattern marks. This is how to label your patterns. So documentation required in the production process. Your business model or your operational structure determines the document to be generated in your production unit. If you're doing you're running a bespoke company, bespoke brand, you need a client form. Most times your client form will include your measurements, a part of your customers' information, their name, date of birth, address, a part where you have to sketch what they want, a part where you write a note what they want, what they are creating. So for bespoke, you need a client form, also small design unit. Then worksheet for factories just shows the quantities of items you're producing and all of that. Then for big companies, you need tech pack, you need spec sheet, then you need your costing and your pricing sheet. So documentation required in the production process. I talked about client form. Client form contains your personal details of your customers, a comment section, like I said, a measurement section, a section for sketch, your terms and conditions. So it's very important that you put all of this in your client form so they will know what they are signing for. Then your spec sheet states the details of the measurement needed to produce a pattern for a style. It can be graded according to the different sizes. Tech pack as well includes all the details you need to create a garment. Like I said earlier, it shows the pictures, shows the front view, the back view, fabric details, washing and care details, and so on. Then your factory worksheet shows how many pieces you're going to be producing in a particular design, and then the size. So these are those the documents you need in the production unit. If you're outsourcing your production, please you need to take note of all of this. So yeah, I've written down a checklist for outsourcing production to a factory. So you should be able to download this checklist and just work according to it. It will really help you. So this first step you need to do is to choose a production factory and schedule a meeting with production factory. So if you want to outsource production of your designs or your garments, your ready to wear pieces to a production factory, the first thing you need to do is to search for production factories, give them a call, schedule a meeting, and when you go for the meeting, you show them your designs, your sketches, pictures of what you want, and then the explanation of your design. You tell them how you want the design to be. And either you provide a size chart, or they usually have size charts, and you can give them your own size chart as well. So you give them your size chart. So your size chart should contain all the necessary information such as the bust, waist, hips, dress length, sleeve length, shoulder measurement, and all of that. Those information should be included in the size chart. You do not want to assume that they know that a size 8 dress, the dress length should be this length, or the dress should be this shoulder. You want to give them all the information possible so that there's no issue at all. Then after you do that, next thing is to the production factory will go through your designs and ask for a tech pack. So what some production houses will do is that they will ask you to create your tech pack and bring for them, or some of them will tell you that they can create the tech pack for you, but you have to pay a fee. So whatever one works for you, create your tech pack. I've just put a link here. If you go here, you'll be able to create your tech pack by yourself. So then you discuss the cost for making the designs. Now you show them your designs. You need to discuss the cost. If it is okay with you, then you will go ahead with the production. But if you're not okay with it, then you can always search for other factories that can produce your designs for you. Then you pay for samples. Samples is the first thing you need to do. So you have to pay for samples. So your samples will help you. You'll be able to see how the designs are going to be, not just in picture, but see how it looks. And then you can always make corrections to the samples created. And after your samples, so your samples will be created in calico, or yes, a fabric that you can use to create a cotton fabric that you can use to create designs. So your samples will be created in calico, and also the actual production will be done. So the first sample they should do is in calico, and then you make your corrections, and then they now make the design, the sample in the fabric that you want to use to produce, because you want to know how it looks in your own fabric. If you have to change fabric, you want to know. So I always ask that you negotiate to have the patterns created at the end of your production process, so that you can always have that patterns. If you don't want to go back to that production unit to produce your designs, you now want to start producing your designs by yourself, you have your patterns and you just produce your designs. So, but some factories also do not create samples in calico, they create samples in your fabric. So you need to negotiate, you need to know that it is better for them to create your samples in calico and also in the actual fabric that you want to use to make the designs. Then after creating your samples, you make corrections to the samples made if need be. If you don't need to make any samples, you go ahead and approve. Or after they make the corrections, you go ahead and approve the sample for them to produce. Then you make deposit for your production. You buy all your fabrics and everything. You take it to them, your fabric, your zip and all of that. You take it to the factory, and then once designs are ready, you need to carry out a thorough quality control checks on the designs created. Like, you want to check it and be sure that it goes hand in hand with the tech pack that you created. There's no the samples that was created earlier. You want to make sure that everything is raw, because you need to be satisfied before you give them your balance payment, before you take those designs. You know that this is a factory. You can't go back to them with an issue. If you can't really, like, if they've produced for you, you take your designs and you go. If a button goes out, you can't take the dress back to them and say the button has gone out. So there's a missing button here. So you need to, these are like the disadvantage of using a production house. Imagine if you produced in China, for example, and then when it got to you, you confirmed that it was okay with whatever. When it got to you after like a month, some buttons start falling out. You can't return the clothes now. Like, it's going to cost you money to send it back to them, right? So you need to be satisfied with everything that they've produced for you. Then you make your final payment, and then you pick up your design. So this is just a checklist for outsourcing production to factory. You should be able to download this while taking this course. So the different functions in a production unit: you have pattern making, fabric layout and cutout, fabric sorting and preparation, mark out all your darts. In this place, you mark out all your darts, pin your darts and all of that. Then you have the construction and assembly stage. This just simply means where the actual sewing takes place, right? The construction of the garment. Then you steaming and pressing. So after making the garment, you need to steam, or even while you're making, you need to steam so that you can get a good fit and finishing for your designs. Then quality control. Then inventory check and storage. So after making your designs, you want to check and say, okay, we're supposed to make 10 designs in five sizes. You want to be sure that the number is accurate. So inventory check and then storage, and after that you package your designs and then you deliver to your customers and they're satisfied. So the best way to run a production unit, honestly, is by splitting up the production processes. That is division of labor. So the different functions requires different personnel. Like all of these things that we've mentioned, and they all require different personnel. And if you split up your production unit, it's easier that way, because if one person does not come to work, the other function of the department of the production unit does not suffer. Like, if the person that does pattern will not come, and you already have some patterns that you've created, the person that is sewing will sew, the other people that are steaming will steam. You will still do quality control on the other things. But if it's just one person that is doing everything, if that person doesn't come to work, your business can die. It can just shut down. So it's always advisable to split up the production process into bits. It aids division of labor and it aids efficiency. So planning the layout of your production unit. So the three major functions or sections are pattern making or cutting section. This needs a large table, so you need a big table to be able to cut your patterns and to be able to cut your patterns. Then the second will be the construction or assembly section, that is for machines and overlockers. Where the sewing of the outfit actually takes place. Then you have the steaming section. So the steaming section is where you iron your dresses or the garments that you're making, and then you need ironing tables, and then you need an iron. So the factory layout is honestly dependent on the on the space that you have available. So when planning your layout, remember that you need space. You don't want to choke your workers or choke yourself in a small space. You need space, and you need to steam and overlock immediately after you sew. So arrange it in such a way that it is convenient for your staff or convenient for you to be able to just sew and then walk through a tiny iron and steam your clothes and then overlock it. So yes, irons and overlockers must be close to the stitching room. That's the part where you sew, and then keep machines with similar functions together. Right, then keep large machines by the wall. If you want to utilize a space, it's better you move the machines to the wall so you can have the middle space for ease of movement and all of that. So keep irons away from the assembly area. Irons generate heat, so it can make your staff uncomfortable. So if you have where you're ironing very close to where you're sewing your clothes, like the person sewing can be frustrated or get tired easily because of the heat that comes from the iron. Ensure that the work area is well ventilated so that everyone is comfortable. So splitting up the production process. So the basic personnel you need, the basic staff that you need is a pattern maker or a cutter. This can be your local tailor that will draft out the patterns or cut the fabric if he or she is used to freehand. So you said that you have a pattern maker, or you have a normal tailor that just does freehand. You have a pattern drafter that drafts your patterns for you. So this is one function. Then you have a machinist or a joiner or a tailor. So if your tailor is still the same person that will cut and sew, if the person does freehand, then, or even if you do pattern and you are also the person that will join, you need to have. These are all the functions that are in the production process, and if you split it, this is how it will be: a machinist and a joiner, anyone with basic stitching knowledge, then a gopher or an office assistant. I usually call it office assistant. So an office assistant is someone that goes around to run errands for you. Like the person needs to buy buttons, needs to buy thread, it goes, and those people are also handy in stitching, maybe buttons or pin that. Sometimes they go as far as ironing after sewing or cut off thread, so these people are very useful. So if you are splitting up a production unit, you should consider having an office assistant. Then a delivery person. So the business owner is in the early days, you can deliver, you can be the person that delivers, but now it's so easy. We have so many delivery companies. You don't want to waste your time in traffic, time that you're supposed to spend being productive to go and deliver clothes. So you can either send a dispatch rider to deliver, or your customers can come and pick up from you, or you can also deliver personally. If it's a very good customer, you might want to deliver the dresses to them personally. So yeah, then the quality control. Of course, you have to have someone that looks at every detail on the dress, every single detail on the dress. At the beginning of your business, when your business starts, you are practically doing everything. You can be the pattern maker, the cutter, the machinist, the office assistant, the delivery person, the quality control person. But as your business grows, you should plan to relieve yourself from some of these functions. You should get capable staff, people that will be able to handle all of these different functions effectively. So we're going to talk about staff management, all of that later on in this course.
Hey guys, my name is Eki and I'm here to introduce you guys to this Fashion School Startup and Grow Toolkit. This is the only toolkit that you need if you plan to start or grow a profitable and a sustainable fashion school. So if you're struggling to get students because your school is not organized, or you're confused on how to create a proper syllabus for each of your fashion program, or you don't even know how to cost your fashion program, then this toolkit is for you. This toolkit includes certificates. It comes with a costing and pricing calculator. It comes with a comprehensive and well-detailed fashion school curriculum, like databases of templates for storing your student data and much more. So guys, if you're interested in having access to this toolkit, then make sure to click the link in the description box. And I wish you all the best as you start or grow your fashion school. Module 5, Startup Expenses and Costing and Pricing Your Fashion Products. So in this module, you will learn all the information you need about costing and pricing your fashion products, startup cost, as well as pricing strategy for your product. So we'll start up with the checklist for setting up a fashion house, a fashion business, costing and pricing your collection, factors to consider when determining a price point, and pricing strategy. So yes, let's move on. So this is just a checklist for setting up a fashion business or a fashion studio or a clothing production unit. So you need to consider your studio rent, your sewing machines. If you're buying 2 or 3, you should write it out somewhere and know the cost implication. Get your weaving machine or your overlocker, your buttonhole machine, your cutting table, your electric iron, ironing table, air conditioner or fan, because you don't want your factory to be so hot and uncomfortable for your staff or your work or your customers. Then you have to get a generator set if you're in this part of the world where we don't always have electricity supply is not constant, so you want to get a generator in case this electricity supply goes off, and you can just use your generator set. So you also have to buy a mirror so that your customers can look at themselves when they wear your designs. And then of course a mannequin or a body form, curtains or window blind, chairs for your machines to sit on your machines. You can use a stool or you can use another chair. Then cupboard for keeping your fabrics and raw materials. Then your furniture, your cloth rack for keeping finished products and garments, measuring tools such as tapes, rulers, steam curve, French curve, etc. And then you have your cutting tools as well, fabric scissors, paper scissors, seam ripper. Other tools you need as well will be your tweezers, your pins, your pattern paper. So these items are what are the things that you will need to set up your fashion business or your clothing production unit. You also need your raw materials, which is very important. I mean, you need to buy fabric, you need to make your designs using all of these raw materials. Then you need your packaging items like your cloth tags, your labels, your paper bags, your nylon bags. All of that are your packaging items. So I advise that you customize your packaging items with your brand logo or your brand name, so that anywhere your packaging items goes to, people can see. Like, I know for sure that I have searched for products just by seeing their paper bag or their promotional material somewhere, and I just say, okay, what brand is this? Let me check for them. Let me check if they have a website, or let me check for them on Instagram. So your packaging items they are tools for marketing. So you need to, I advise that you customize all your products. And the truth is that people want to buy products that are well packaged, that looks very fancy and really beautiful. And so that when they even see, when people see your products elsewhere, they say, oh, are you wearing a Curie? You're wearing a Curie's, right? I can see her paper bag. Things like that. So the book keeping documents you will need will be your invoice, your invoice booklet, your cash books, your payment voucher, your petty cash, your accounting apps such as your Wave, your QuickBooks. Your administrative documents will be your measurement book or your client form, document of existence of your company, your document of corporate bank account, employment contract for your staff, terms and conditions of service provided to your customers and also your suppliers, and then your document of registration of tax.
Then of course sometimes you have to do like electrical modification. So this is just a checklist. It can be more than this. You might not need all of this, right? But it is a checklist that will help you in the right direction, so you don't miss out anything you need in your production unit. And then you can put a cost implication to it. You should be able to download this checklist while you're taking this course. So there's somewhere you just go to and then you download it. You can always tick out all of these boxes when you're done with each of these steps. So yeah, moving on to costing and pricing your fashion products. So items you will need to watch out for when costing and pricing your garments will be your direct cost, your indirect cost, your miscellaneous cost, and then your profits. So your direct costs basically are those costs that you incur directly when you produce your garments. Example would be your zip, your fabric, labor costs, like the amount you pay your workers or you pay yourself to make garments. These are things that go directly in the production of your garments. So these are your direct costs. Your indirect costs are those items or all those costs that are incurred whether you produce or not. I mean, like, whether you produce or not, you pay your rent. Whether you produce or not, you will still pay electricity bill. You still pay staff salaries if you're using a fixed salary method to pay your staff. So these costs are incurred whether you produce or not. Marketing costs, you have to do your marketing, right? You need to pay your taxes. These are costs that are incurred whether you produce or not. So miscellaneous costs will be it's more like an emergency fund. It's like a fund that you set aside to cover unforeseen emergencies or circumstances, and things like repairs of your machine, your generator. All of these fall under your miscellaneous costs. Like if you need to do an amendment for a dress that you have to spend money to buy the fabric again, you need to take this money from somewhere and it has to come from your miscellaneous costs. So when you're costing and pricing your fashion products, you need to look at all of these: your direct costs, your indirect costs, your miscellaneous costs, and then of course your profits. You can't be running a business that you do not want to make profit. Profit is the financial gain, what you gain after you've taken out your expense from your sales, your expense from your when you take out your sales figure, when you take out your expense from it, whatever you get at whatever is left is your profit. Whatever is left is your profit. So these are the factors that you need to watch out for when setting a selling price. Once you do this right, you'll be able to give a selling price or a price that covers your overhead, and your business will make profit, and then you'll be happy running your business. So we're going to talk about the factors to consider when determining a price point. So a price point is a potential price that you, as a fashion business owner, you want to sell your product. So I said that what is more important to a business owner is to determine a price point for a product rather than a selling price. Once you have determined a price point, like an amount that you want to sell your product, you just know the cost that comes with it. So because the truth is that you can't be setting your prices based on your conscience. Okay, what you think that your customers will pay for your product, because this person is your friend or this person looks like she does not have money, so you just want to give her a price that would fit into that line. No, you can't even determine what your customers will pay for a product. Only the customers themselves can determine what they want to pay for a product. Because if you say, oh, I want my product to be very cheap, what is cheap? Like, I want my product to be very affordable. What does affordable mean? Like, affordable means different things to different people. And the truth is that if it's about your product being cheap, you realize that some people will not even buy from you if your products are too cheap. If your product is 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, some people will not buy. They will simply tell you that there's no way that this is a good quality product, because you cannot come and convince them that, trust me, I'm using very good quality products. My fabrics are very good. Buy my dress for 2,000 naira. They will not buy. because those people are not your customers. Those people are people that probably they buy clothes for 50,000 a year. Now giving them a dress for 2,000 naira. How does it work? They will never buy from you because they feel like it is not of good quality. So you just need to know all of these factors when you're trying to set your selling price. So you need to, some of the factors you need to watch out for will be your cost. You want to ensure that the selling price, the price that you're giving to your customers, covers all your costs. We talked about cost, your direct cost, your indirect cost, your miscellaneous, it covers everything. So your price must cover your cost and give you a profit. That is why you're running a business. You are not just a fashion designer, you're a business owner. And your business should be able to cater for all your expenses, all your bills and everything. I mean, if you're working for somebody, the person will pay you a salary and you use that salary to fend for yourself, to take care of your bills. So it's the same thing, like you're a business owner, your business should be able to take care of your bills. Right, the next option will be, factor will be your competitors. So you want to identify your competitors and what they are charging, and you can work around your pricing, work your pricing around their price points. Like you don't necessarily have to look at what your competitors are charging, honestly, but it can give you a basis for pricing your product and just ensure that you're giving value. Once you're in giving value, no matter your price point, people will actually buy from you. So the next point would be customers or your target market. So we've talked a lot about target markets in the previous modules, but it is very important that you identify your target market, your ideal customer, and know what they want, so you can give them a price based on what they would want to buy. So identify your target market and what they are willing to pay, learning as much as you can about your customers, your ideal customers, will help you accurately in pricing your products. If they are bargain hunters, do they splurge on fashion product? Do they value quality over mass? Some people don't value quality. Some people just want a dress. So don't even tell them quality. So those kind of people, if those people are your customers, then you can give them a fabric that will fade off after 2 months. They'll be fine because they would have bought the dress for a very low price, so they're okay. And the truth is that even if it goes bad, them, they know that they bought it for a low price. I'm not sure they will come back and tell you anything because they know the price that they bought it. So complexity of the design to be made. So the complexity of the design to be made will determine the price that you want to put on a dress. For example, if you're making a structured dress that will take you 2 weeks to hand bead, this is just an example. You want to put a price on that dress that covers for those 2 weeks of hard work and even more. Like you want to charge so much that you will be satisfied and very happy after giving that price. You know that, oh, this price I'm giving is worth all my time, all my sitting on this machine, bending my neck, my back pain, everything is worth it. So yeah, so the next point will be a tier pricing structure. So this has to do with offering your customers different price points, because the honest truth is that all fingers are not equal. Some people can afford a certain price and other people cannot afford it, but you do not want to. You want to try as much as possible to try to capture as much customers as possible. So that is why it is advisable to have like a tier pricing structure in place where you offer your product in different options. Like you can have a pricing structure that offers good, better, and best options for product or services that have increasing levels of value. So if the good option is okay, but of course the better option is okay, it has more quality than the good option, and then the best option is like overall best, like the quality of fabric or the quality of service you offer to this customer that is buying the best option will be better than the one buying the better option, and of course the good option. So this is just an example. So applying this strategy can help you capture a larger portion of the market, because all fingers are not equal. Some people can afford to buy a Kioris but some people cannot afford to buy a curie. So I have created that's why I have a ready to wear line. I have a thrift shop. So if you really like to buy like a curies and maybe you cannot afford to buy a curies custom pieces because they are priced at a particular amount, you can as well buy the thrifted pieces that are of good quality as well, but just that it has been pre-owned. So like you want to offer your customers, you don't have to do thrift, you can offer them different price point. You can decide that you want to sew your ashwebi for 30,000 naira, but you also have the option of sewing ashwebi for 15,000 naira. So if you are sewing ashwebi for 15,000 naira, you would use let's say aba lining, you use taffeta, you use like cheaper product to make it. But if you're for the person that is buying for 30,000 naira, you will use original raw silk as the lining. You use real cotton lining to lining, and you use a zip that is even 2,000 naira instead of using 100 naira zip. So you want to offer this different options because some people don't mind to buy for 15,000 naira and for you to use a bad lining and to use 100 naira zip. But as far as they are getting value, as in value in terms of it's still the same finishing you're going to give them, right? It's still the same finishing, right? It's still the same Ekiori's dress. So it's still, they feel okay, I'm wearing Ekiori's and it starts it like I'm selling my brand name, right? And they can just afford it. Like at that point, they can afford to pay 15,000 naira and they're okay. They wear their dress and they go out and say, "Oh, are you wearing? I'm wearing a curies," and they're satisfied and they're happy. So you want to consider using a tier pricing structure when you're determining a price point for your customers. These are just the few factors to consider when determining a price point. So moving on to pricing strategy, we're making so much progress. So marketing, pricing strategies are just the different strategies that small businesses, big businesses use to price their products, right? So we have different pricing strategies, but for the sake of this course, I'm going to just focus on these 5 pricing strategies: market penetration, price scheming, psychology pricing, premium pricing, bundle pricing. So what market penetration does is that it aims to attract buyers by offering lower prices on goods or services. So many new businesses, startups, they usually use this technique because it draws attention away from their competitors. So if you are selling a dress, normally people out there sell their dresses, their pencil dresses, fitted midi dresses for 15,000 naira. Then you come to the market as a newcomer because you want people to know about your product on time. So you want to create awareness for your product. You start selling your own dress for 5,000 naira. You are drawing attention away from your competitors. Those customers that used to patronize them might come and patronize you. So in the early stage of your business, it will drag a lot of customers to you. So you'll get volume, you'll get sales. So it's adopted for quickly achieving a high volume of sales and deep market penetration of a new product. So this pricing strategy is good, but at the same time, it has its own disadvantages because once you've entered into the market with a very low price strategy, what then happens when you want to increase your pricing? Maybe because your pricing strategy, you entered into the market with a low price so that people will buy, and then that price is not even covering your cost, but you just wanted people to know about your product. You wanted to create awareness for your business, for your brand, or your product. And then when you now increase your price, those customers that you have gotten might end up leaving you to go and look for another brand that will give them that price point. Some people will stay because they now know that you give value. So they're like, no matter what, even if you increase your price, I'll still be with you. But there's advantage and disadvantage, so people will leave you. So that's all about price, about market penetration. So we're going to move on to price scheming. So price scheming is basically setting high price based on value. So this helps This is designed to help businesses maximize sales on new product. So when you're launching a collection, you see that some people, when they're launching their collection, they would put the prices so high, right? Because it makes customer feel like this is a new product, it's a limited edition. Let me quickly buy it and let me quickly buy it and wait before other people start buying it. Or once they set their prices so high, after a while, maybe months later, they go back and reduce the price. They probably have gotten all the money they even need. This price scheming helps you to recuperate the money that you spend to produce the product. Like if you can increase your price at the beginning stage of launching your product, you can quickly get all the money you spend to buy fabric and to produce the outfit. So yeah, the next one is psychology pricing. This one works a lot. It works a lot. So this pricing strategy refers to a technique that marketers use or small businesses use to encourage customers to respond on emotional levels rather than logical ones. So like I go to ShopRite, for example, and I see a drink that says buy this for 2,900 naira, and I quickly buy it because it's not up to 3,000 naira. Let me just buy this 2,000 something. So you feel that it's okay for me to buy because it's not 3,000 naira. So people want to like play with your emotions by setting this kind of price, and it works. Like yes, it works. If it works for big brands like ShopRite, Spar, and Co, it can work for you as well. It can work for your business. So this is a pricing strategy that you might want to consider. So the goal of psychology pricing is to increase demand by creating an illusion of enhanced value for the consumer. So you are giving them the perception that you're buying, you're spending so little for more. So premium pricing is more like price scheming. With premium pricing, businesses set their prices higher than their competitors, right? So they set their prices higher than competitors just to create the illusion that this product has more value. So if people are selling their dresses for 10,000 naira, you come and sell your dress for 40,000 naira. Can you see the difference? And you guys are all in the same location. Your target markets are probably the same people. People will be like, for this girl to be selling her dress for this amount, that means there's something special about it. So that is just all premium pricing does, setting your price. But make sure whatever you're giving, the price you're giving them, make sure that you're giving them value. You don't want to set your prices so high and then when they buy it, they don't get value. So everything that has to do with the product, the packaging, everything has to be so unique for the price that you're offering. This will make them to want to buy your product at that price instead of buying it at another price. So bundle pricing is also another pricing strategy that works a lot. A lot of businesses use this strategy. So with bundle pricing, you sell multiple products for a lower rate than consumers would usually buy if they bought them separately. So you sell, for example, now, let's say you sell a dress for 15,000 naira and you sell a skirt for 10,000 naira. You can offer your customer a bundle pricing that says that if you buy this dress and this skirt, you buy it for 20,000 naira. So that means you would be saving 5,000 naira. But if you buy them separately, you'll be spending 25,000 naira. That means 15,000 naira for a dress, 10,000 naira for a skirt. But once you buy them together with this bundle price, this bundle product, you save 5,000 naira. You buy it for 20,000 naira. What this does is that it encourages customers to buy on time, and you can even do this for products that are not moving, like maybe slow selling products, maybe a dress that's been in your shelf for a long time and it's not moving, like people are not buying. You can do a bundle pricing take that slow moving product with a with one of your bestseller, pair them together. You'll be surprised at the rates at which people will buy. So bundle pricing is a very good pricing strategy that people have been using, and you can use it for your business. So the honest truth is that you can use multiple pricing strategy. It's not that, okay, because you're going to the market, you're just starting your business, you want to use market penetration and you just want to stick to market penetration, or you want to just use psychology pricing and just want to stick. You can use market penetration, use psychology pricing, use bundle pricing. Like you can use multiple pricing strategy, but just make sure that you're offering value to your customers and they are satisfied at the end of the day with your product. Basically, that's what it is. Module 6, preparing to sell your fashion product. In this module, you will get all the information you need to sell your fashion product. So we'll start off with the documentation needed to sell your fashion product, checklist for preparing for a fashion photo shoot, fashion lookbook, and also line sheet. So the documentation needed to sell your product, you need your order form, your invoice, your policies such as your sales policies, your returns policies, your delivery policies. You need all of this information. You need to be able to give your customers all of this information, especially your policies, when you're planning to sell. So when you're starting out your business, you need to take out time, get your invoice, get your order form, write out your policies, and just have it somewhere in preparation for selling. So yes, we're just going to move on to this is a checklist for preparing for a fashion photo shoot. A checklist for preparing for a fashion photo shoot. So now you have your product, you need to do a photo shoot, or you need to take pictures of your product so you can be able to show it to your customers. You can't tell people that I have a dress for sale. So what does the dress look like? How does it look on a human body or on a mannequin? Like you want to, that they need to see, like people need to see your product to be able to buy. You can't be telling them with your mouth that I have this product. They want to have an idea how it looks, and you can only do that by having pictures of your designs. And you can I've created this checklist to help you prepare for a fashion photo shoot. So when you're preparing for a fashion photo shoot, what you need to do first of all is to create a storyboard or a vision board. So what is your vision for the shoot? What will be the end of the use of the shot? Like the pictures you're taking, is it for your website, for your social media? Take some time to really think about where you are going to use the photos, as it will play a huge role in the type and look of your photos you need. In most cases, you want 3 types of shots. You want a flat detail, that means your garment on a whiteboard. Maybe you're selling a baby dress now. You want to put the dress on a flat surface, take a picture, take up all the details, close up pictures, and also put the picture on the dress on a human body or a mannequin, and take different views, back view, side views, front view, so that your customers can have a clear view of what the dress will look like. So you need to create a vision board, write out all your plans somewhere in a note or something. Then you select a photographer. So be sure to select the right photographer. What that means is that select someone that has experience in fashion photography. You don't want to select somebody that is good at wedding photography to come and take your fashion photos. Someone that is good at taking travel photography, like taking pictures of places, to come and take your fashion photographers because they have experience in taking fashion and doing fashion shoots. They will focus on the areas that need to be taken pictures of, the details of the dress. They won't give you ideas on how the model should pose, because they are used to doing these things, and they should be willing to listen to your vision. You don't want to also choose somebody that just want to impose all their vision, all their ideas on you. You remember that it is your brand. It is your designs that are being photographed. So check these photographers, have conversations with them, review their previous work to see if they fit in to the kind of photographer that you want for you to take your photographs for your designs. Then you want to ask the photographer what their fee will be. Some photographers charge hourly. Are they going to edit your pictures? You need to ask all the questions. The timeline for delivery. So this is just a checklist to help you so you don't miss out any step in preparing for your photo shoot. Then you host a model call, hire a model agency. You can put up a post on your social media page or do an advertisement to ask for models for your photo shoot, or you just hire a model agency and leave all the work to them. They will get the right models for your photo shoot. So now that you know what the vision looks like, you will be able to choose the kind of models that you want for it. If you want skinny models, if you want people that have curvy models, depending on the number of looks and the kind of designs that you create, then you'll be able to choose the models that you want. Then you select the hair and the makeup artist. This is very important because except you want to be the one styling the hair and doing the makeup, which will take a lot of time. But if you have the resources, if you can hire, then you should think about hiring or having someone, assigning that job to someone, your friend or whoever that's going to help you in the photo shoot. So it's important that you show them the pictures of your models. Like you need to show them, okay, my model is a fair model, so that they know the kind of product or the kind of makeup they will do on the person, as well as so you need to show them all of these things at least 2 weeks in advance so that they can prepare. If they don't have the product to make up a fair person, for example, a fair model, then they will gonna have to buy it. So it's better for you to pass on this information on time to this makeup artist and to your hairstylist so that they can plan adequately and not that so that they can be effective on the day of the photo shoot. So you need to discuss your location and background with your photographer. Like ask him, where are we using? Are we doing indoor shoots? Are we doing outdoor shoots? If it's outdoor shoots, then what would we do? We know that this part of the world is very hot, or maybe it will rain on a particular day. Like you want to weigh all your options. And if you're doing an outdoor shoot, where will your models change? You don't want their makeup to be running under the sun, so you just want to have a clear plan of your location. So you need to discuss and write them down. Then you need to plan your look. That is your model or your look card. So it is important to plan the model's outfit, accessories, shoes, etc. for each look. So if it's a 12-piece collection that you're creating, for example, each design, each model's look, you want to put all the information in a look card. It's called a look card. Do this at least few weeks in advance so you will know, is it this earring that will go with this? You want to know. So the easiest way to do this is to create what we call a model card. Start by taking full length and detailed photos of the outfit. So you want to just take a rough picture of the outfit, put it. You can even use photo grid or Canva to combine all of these and say, okay, this outfit will go with this accessory, with this hair, and then put the model's name on it. So you know exactly what each look is, who is wearing each look, and then what goes into each look. So even if you're not even there at the photo shoot, the person that you're putting in charge will even know what to do. So will the models be bringing any items? So sometimes models will have to bring their shoes or makeup or whatever, bra. So you want to inform them ahead. So now it's not when you're doing the shoot you not tell, no, you're supposed to wear a black bra now. You know this thing, if you don't wear a black bra inside this dress, it's going to show. You would have told them in advance so that they know and they can prepare adequately. Set a schedule for the day. This is very important. I don't think you should skip this step because you want to plan everything that you're going to do for that day. Let and inform everybody, all the parties involved, your photographer, your stylist, your makeup artist, your hairstylist. Everybody needs to know the schedule for the day. So it's very important that you set a schedule for the day and plan so that they have enough time to accomplish your goals. So you set, okay, shoot starts by 12, by 9 o'clock, the makeup artist and the hairstylist should be there. We'll use 2 hours to do the makeup for the 2 models, and we'll end the makeup by 11. We will prepare, the models will wear their dresses and get set. By 12, the photographer is there to take the pictures. And then we have 1 hour break so that people can eat and relax. Like, you want to have a detailed plan, and don't skip this step. It's very important. Then you prepare your samples. So once you have put all of your schedule in place, you want to prepare your samples. So you want to make sure that your samples, like the clothes that are going to be used for the photo shoot, are ready. This means that you have ironed everything, all the buttons are intact, the label tags are removed. It's not that when you're taking a picture you see the label tags showing in front. So everything has to be well prepared. Your samples have to be prepared. Then you iron your clothes. You don't want to take pictures and then in the pictures the clothes are looking rumpled. That's not a good visual to use to market your product to customers. Hire a stylist. If you can afford a stylist, you should. But if you cannot, you can be the stylist. You can do all the directions for the shoot. But if you can afford a stylist, then you should hire a stylist. So this is just a checklist for preparing for a fashion photo shoot. Then the fashion lookbook. Now that you have your pictures, you want to create a lookbook. A lookbook is more like a fashion catalog that shows off the different items in your brand collection and different views as well. So you could have a digital lookbook or a printed paperback lookbook. So yes, just all the pictures you've taken from your fashion photo shoot, you put them into a lookbook. Give a brief description of what the outfit is about, the product name, and you can share this with your contacts so that they can have an idea what your new collection is about. And this is a very good tool for marketing. Then your line sheet. So a line sheet is a sales tool used by brands and designers to present their product to wholesale buyers. So it depends on your sales channel. How do you plan to sell your product? If you're selling your product, some people sell their product only to wholesalers. They don't have any physical shop. They produce and they sell to people, boutique owners, people they just sell to them. So if you sell to wholesalers, you need a line sheet. A line sheet is basically just covers all of this information. This is an example of a line sheet. It shows the product name, material used. It shows contact information, especially for the information of the sales rep. And then if you're doing marketing, you're trying to look for customers, you can take your line sheet to different wholesalers. So you also have to have your contact information. So once they make up their mind and they decide that they want to buy your product, your contact information should be there and they will just contact you. General ordering information and sales terms, your product image, product name, the description, the size, and the colors that is available in. Then your wholesale prices. You want to give them the prices you're going to be offering, and even you can even go as far as putting the real price. So if you don't only sell to wholesale, if you sell to customers directly, you can also put the retail price and the wholesale price and let them know that, okay, this is the wholesale price, I'm giving to you at this price because you're going to resell and make your profit. Then you also want to include the minimum order quantity. So the minimum order quantity just states the minimum order that they can order a particular item in. So if your minimum order for a dress is 5 pieces, there's no way you will accept an order of 2 pieces. So the minimum order for that outfit is just 5 pieces. So they have to buy 5 pieces, and above they can buy 10, 20, but the minimum they can buy is 5 pieces. So all of this information are written on your line sheet, and then your line sheet is a good tool that you need to prepare to sell your product. You can give it out to wholesalers and they buy. And in preparing to sell your product as well, you have to open your social media pages, create your website, like the way you really want to sell your product. Right, so we're going to talk more about creating sales channels for your product, and later in another module in this course. Module 7, what customers expect from a bespoke and a ready-to-wear brand. This is very important. This is a very sensitive module, and I hope that you pay so much attention to everything I'm going to be saying here. In this module, you will learn all the information you need to grow your bespoke and your ready-to-wear brand. What customers expect from a bespoke brand. You will also learn what you need to know about launching a ready-to-wear brand, what customers expect from a ready-to-wear brand, and then ready-to-wear misconceptions. So what customers expect from a bespoke brand? So a bespoke brand is a brand that offers made-to-measure services. That means customers come to you, you take their measurement, or they send in their measurement, and you make a dress to fit that customer's measurement. It's different from ready-to-wear. Is you're using a standard measurement, a standard size chart to create your design, and people just buy and go. So with bespoke, once you take their measurement and make a dress, it has to fit them. It has to fit them in the right places. So if the fit is not right, you have to keep doing fittings, amending. So you need to be prepared, and this is just what you need to know. What customers expect from a bespoke brand. They expect a perfect fit. Bespoke customers are difficult customers, I'm not going to lie. Like, they can be difficult. You can have good ones, but they can be difficult because once they give you a design, once you tell them that you're going to create a design for them that is going to sit on their body in a particular way, when they come for fittings, they expect a perfect fit. They most likely want their dresses without amendment because you have taken their measurement. They feel like, Shebi, you were the one that took my measurement, so why is this dress not perfect? Why is this place not like this? But the truth is that sometimes different things happen when you're producing. Sometimes the time from which you take this person's measurement and the time that they come for fitting, they might have added or they might have lost weight, and so the dress doesn't fit well. Or when they come for fitting, that's when they realize that this is showing my breast too much. Why don't we add something to cover it? Because I don't want my breast to show like this. When I was making it, I didn't know that my breast was going to show like this. So bespoke customers always request and demand for a lot. So you need to be prepared and very patient with your bespoke customers. They always want perfect fit. The next point is that keep to your word. So bespoke customers expect that you keep your words for fittings, appointments, and also with designs. So you see on social media, people keep putting out pictures of what I ordered versus what I got. If a customer comes to you and says, I want to make this dress, and honestly you cannot make the dress, just tell them, Mrs. Tola, I'm sorry, I can't make this dress. I've turned down a lot of orders. Like, you can't bring a dress to me and like, if I can't make it, I'll just tell you I can't make it. It's better. It saves me a lot of future troubles, conflict. Let them take it to another designer that can make it. So you need to keep your word. Like, if you tell them, okay, I can make this dress, don't worry, I can make it the way it is on Beyonce. It will be like this on your body. Then you need to keep to your word. You cannot come back and tell them that, oh, I thought I would be able to make it, but when I started making, I realized that it's so difficult. No, you have to keep to your word. You have to keep to your word for designs. You have to keep to your word for fittings. If you tell them, okay, your dress will be ready on Thursday the 21st, make sure that dress is ready maybe by 20th or 18th. You should be ready. So when they come in for for fitting on Thursday the 21st, they fit it. If they need to do another fitting, then you schedule another fitting appointment for them. If it is perfect, they take it and they go. But telling them to come today and then they come, it's not ready. They come another day, it's not ready. Like, people have things they're doing. And these are the things that will make customers not patronize you again. Like, if they come to you and the first experience was just very ugly, they might not tell you anything, but they will just not come back to you. Even when you follow up on them and say, hey, you have not patronized me since, so what's happening? They will say, oh, I've not really had need to make any dress. I've not really gone out. It's a lie. They're giving your money to someone else because the first experience, they were not satisfied. So you need to keep to your word. Your integrity should be of paramount. Like, it needs to be your priority. Like, if you tell a customer this is what you will do, I will create this design for you, make sure that you keep to your word. So bespoke customers expect that you keep to your word. Communication. So bespoke customers like when you carry them along in the production process and keep them informed about any challenges or change in plans, especially for fittings appointments. So this is very important. You need to communicate every challenge, every progress of the production process to your customer. I do this a lot. I tell them, okay, your dress is going to be ready in so day. Oh, we're almost done with it. We have sourced for your fabric. We've created the patterns. We're going to move on to production this week. So you just give them progress report. And the truth is that customers like when you give them progress report. They feel like, oh, you value them a lot, enough to be able to tell them what is happening. Excuse me. To tell them what is happening in the process. So if there's any change, like let's say something happens to your machine and then you can't meet up on a particular day, it is better you inform the customer way ahead. Before that day, it's not that, that day that they're supposed to come for fitting. You might be telling them, please, Mrs. Tola, you can't come for fitting today. I have not finished your clothes because my machine's spoiled. Mrs. Tola had already made plans for that day, and her plans for that day include coming to your shop for fitting. So for you to be telling her that day that she can't come to the shop for fitting, because the honest truth is that a day before that day, you knew that Mrs. Tola could not come for fitting. You already know by 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock on the previous day, you know that Tola can't come for fitting. And then you did not inform her. It's not the day of the event or the day she's supposed to come for fitting. You're not telling her she can't come. Things like this pisses off customers and they can just not patronize you after a while. So you need to be very clear, communicate to your customers, engagement. So bespoke customers want you to engage them. They want you to send them text messages, WhatsApp messages, emails, newsletter, informing them of what's happening in your brand. Like they want you to also be in their life. Like ask them what's happening, how is your business, how is your husband, how is your wife, how are your children. All of this information, you need to engage your customers. And bespoke customers expect that you do a lot of engagement. Relationship. So customer wants to know that you really do care about them, sending them birthday messages, anniversary messages, having loyalty schemes. You need to have a relationship for your bespoke customers. These are what bespoke customers expect, that you show them that you really care, that you're in their mind. You're not just thinking about money, what you're going to get from them. You actually really care about them beyond the service you're providing them. Transparency and fairness. So let the customer know what your sales and consultation policy is. Be fair. Put everything out in paper. Let them see you're not hiding anything. If your policy states that when people come for fittings, you close by 5, but if you come for fitting anything other than 5 o'clock, you will pay a certain amount. Or if you send me your measurements, if I don't take your measurement, you send me your measurement, if there's any issue with the dress, you will pay a certain amount. It's not that after they come for fitting and then they come for fitting and the dress is not their size, you're not telling them that, oh, I'm sorry, because I didn't take your measurements, you have to pay a certain amount. The customer will look at you and say, but you didn't include this in you didn't tell me this before, so why are you telling me now? So you want to be very transparent with your customers, because again, customers can be very difficult. The person that is smiling with you today, tomorrow will be the one to spread bad news about your business to people, anybody that cares to listen. And then you don't want that kind of reputation. We've talked about how to manage your brand's perception, how to manage your brand, how people look at your brand. So in all fairness, you don't want your brand to be associated with negative things like, oh, don't patronize that brand. They will spoil your fabric. People are better. In fact, people are very good at spreading bad news about somebody or about a brand. That's why you hear that bad news spread faster. It's very easy, it just spreads. But the good that you're doing, people will not spread it to. It's just few people that will take it. Say, is he a good brand? Yes, a good brand. You will not tell them, oh, I really enjoyed the service. They were very timely with my delivery. You say, is he a good brand? It's a good brand. But if it was a bad brand, you will go about, rather the person will go about saying, it's very bad. Though. They will not give you your clothes. They will spoil your clothes. They will charge you this. They will spread the baddest of news about your brand. But the way you can try to prevent all of these people spreading all this bad news about your brand, just being very transparent and very fair with your policies. State everything that you accept. If you do not accept returns, if you only do exchanges, state it there. Let them know. So easy order process. Excuse me. So customers want bespoke customers want the order process to be very easy. Okay, once they send you a message on Instagram, or they want that you reply them. When you tell them, oh, you have to send an email, you have to wait 3, 4, 5 days for someone to send you reply you, and you have to book a consultation, and the consultation will then you will now know when there's time for you to come in. All this process can make somebody that is not determined to buy from you just go. So you need to know all of this as you're setting out your business. If you plan to run a bespoke brand, please keep all of this information in mind. So what you need to know before launching a ready-to-wear line. There's a lot of information you need to know before launching a ready-to-wear line. So we've talked about target market, who your ideal customer is. So you need to know who your ideal customer is right before you launch a ready-to-wear line. What is your proposed brand name? Of course, you would have chosen a brand name, you would have registered it, open your social media pages and all of that. How do you plan to sell your product? Are you going to sell online? Are you going to have a physical shop? Are you going to sell only on social media pages? Are you going to also sell on other marketplaces such as Amazon, Jumia? You want to define all of these things. You want to have all of this information before you set up a ready-to-wear line. So what is your price point category? How do you want to price your product? Is it going to be luxury goods? Is it going to be a premium goods? Is it going to be a brand for everyone, a mass-produced brand? You want to know. So questions should be placed into consideration when choosing the kind of when choosing your price point. All of this has to come in place. So is this model something that your ideal customer will appreciate? This brings us back to question 1, right? So your ideal customer, if your price point is a price point that your ideal customer will not be able to buy, then you need to go back to the drawing board and refine your price point. So how do you plan to produce your pieces? Do you plan to outsource? Do you plan to produce do you plan to produce in-house? Do you want to produce locally or outsource it internationally, overseas? Whatever way you need to produce, you need to know all of this before you launch. How do you intend to finance your business? Is it bank loans? Do you want to grow organically? I did mine by growing organically. Like as I made sales, I was putting back into the business. So if you already have savings, you can do this as well. But for my ready-to-wear, I already had a bespoke brand before I launched a ready-to-wear brand. So the funds that I got from my bespoke brand, I used to launch a ready-to-wear line, because ready-to-wear needs money. You need money to launch a ready-to-wear line. If you want to borrow money from friends, if you're just setting out, you probably want to do your business plan and also try to get funds from investors and all of that. So yes, what kind of style are you planning to be known for? Are you about classic designs, occasion wear, bridal, Afrocentric designs, casual everyday pieces? So just knowing the kind of designs you want to create will really help you before you launch your ready-to-wear line. What are your immediate staffing needs? So if you're opening a business and you're going to open a physical space, or even if you have just a factory, what are your immediate staffing needs? You would have done your SWOT analysis like we talked about earlier on, so you know your strengths, you know your weakness, and you know the staff that you need to fill in all of these positions. Your tailors, if you need to get a sales rep, an accountant, a PR company, if you're going to be doing all of this at the beginning part of your business, that is fine. So, but you need to know your immediate staffing needs before you start your business, your ready-to-wear line. Then, what skills or gifts do you yourself have and would bring into the table? Like I said, if you have done your SWOT analysis, you will know your strengths. If your strength is on creating the patterns, you just focus on creating the patterns and outsource the sewing or any other part of the business to other people to do, or you get staff, people that will work under you to do all of those things. So what is your marketing strategy? So what's your plan on marketing your product? Later on in this course, we're going to talk about marketing, creating sales channels for your business. And so you need to know your marketing strategy. And yes, you know that you want to release a ready-to-wear collection, you want to have a ready-to-wear line. How do you plan to market this product? How do you plan to put this product in the faces of your customers? Because if you make those dresses and keep them in your house, nobody will know. So do you plan to push your business through social media, paid ads? You want to use newspaper ads? You want to do flyers? You want to use influencer marketing? You want to do email marketing? There's so many marketing strategies, but I'll advise that you don't focus on one. Use as many marketing strategies, because you need all the sales possible, and you need to do marketing to make sales. Big brands as big as Coca-Cola, as Pick Me, they keep doing marketing. Like, they are always in our faces. So you as a small business owner, you need to, of course, you might not have that kind of funds to play on that level at which those big brands like Coca-Cola do their marketing, but your own little way, you should try. Just try, because honestly, you need to have a marketing strategy. Where do you plan to source your fabric? Is it locally or internationally? Do you want to be buying from abroad? You want to buy from local markets? You need to determine all of this. What are your production quantities? Do you plan to do 10 pieces per design, 5 pieces per design? Some people might want to have an exclusive brand where you just have, you produce just 50 pieces for a particular design, and that's all, and you will never produce that design again. Just decide on the quantities that you want to produce and stick to it. But also, you need to have a distribution channel to sell those pieces, not by creating 100 pieces. I created 100 pieces. How do you plan to sell it? If you created 100 pieces and at the end of 2-3 months you still have 80 pieces or 90 pieces, what will you do with the remaining pieces when you know that you still have to launch another collection next season? So you need to have a plan for this. What brands do you admire, want to mirror your brands towards? So I'm not saying that you should copy, but the thing is that there's just some brands that you admire and that you look at them and say, oh God, I really like to own a brand that looks like this. You can look at the way they do their designs, the way they send out their messages, and just try to mirror your brand towards it, and just add your own, remove your own, and just do it like that. But I'm not saying that you should go and copy. You get right? But you can have mentors, you can have brands that you admire. Just look at what they do. You can follow them on social media, see how their lives are. Sometimes those people that you admire, they put tips. They write out tips that can help your business. Where they buy fabric from, they can one day just say, I buy my fabric. I say, oh, since my design look like this person's design, let me check this place that she says she buys fabric from. So some information, you need to follow your mentors on Instagram, the brands that you admire, and just try to learn as much as you can from them. You can have mentors from afar. They don't need to know you, but you just look at them and you say, this person is my mentor. I want to mirror my life or my brand towards this person. So yes. What is your product launch strategy? So now that you've decided that you want to start a ready-to-wear line, how do you plan to launch your product? Do you want to launch in a collection? maybe quarterly or monthly. Monthly is going to be so difficult. So people launch their collection twice a year, 3 times a year, once a year, or do you want to drop them in a bit? So if you want to do individual pieces, like, okay, I have a ready to wear line, but I want to be dropping the pieces each. I can drop 2 designs in a month and just give it a name and people will buy. Another month you drop 2 or 3 pieces. However you want to do it is fine, as far as you're delivering value and you're getting people to buy from you, which is the ultimate. I mean, you have to make sales to make profits. How often do you want to launch your design? Is it quarterly, like I talked about this, quarterly, monthly, weekly? How often do you want to launch your design? So how do you manage designs that are unsold? So you need to have a plan, because the honest truth is that some designs will not be sold. If you're lucky, you can sell everything, but you have to be as realistic as possible. You have to plan, okay, what if I don't sell all my designs? How do I market it? I think when I talked about bundle pricing earlier, you can, for your designs that are not sold, you can decide to do a bundle pricing, push those designs that are not sold or that are slow moving products with a fast moving product. That way you can push out those products. You can even push it out through sales. Offer the product for a very cheap price. Trust me, people will buy it. And the truth is that you have even recuperated all the money when you launch the design. Remember that maybe if you use the price skimming strategy when you launch your design, you have increased your price so high. You have gotten all the money you used to produce it. So all these ones that you have not sold, this is another season and you still have those designs, you can push them through sales and sell them at a ridiculously cheap price. Or you give them out to charity, and that's fine, because you are touching lives of people. I do this a lot. I take out clothes and just go and give out to charity because I've sold, I've made money, I know, and I just want to give out to these people that don't have. So you can do that and you'll be fine. You can also introduce them to new markets and sell through promotion. So introducing them to new markets simply means that maybe you were focusing on a particular target market. You can decide to create another target market and another ideal customer, introduce this product to them, let them buy. You'll be surprised that those people will appreciate this product and they will buy. So how do you manage replenishment of bestsellers? Sometimes you have some best-selling pieces that you have created and you say, oh no, my designs are going to produce 50 designs, 50 pieces per design. What happens if you sell out on those designs? What are your plans? What if you go to the market and you don't see the fabric again? Is it going to be sold out, or you want to say, okay, we have this design in another print, we let people buy it in another print, or you are going to produce it in another, you're going to maybe refine the design and bring it out in another collection? Just have a plan. Who handles your social media pages? Are you going to be the one managing it yourself? Are you going to get someone else to handle it for you? Like I said at the beginning part of your business, you can do everything. I do a lot for my business. But after a while, I said, allowing other people to do these things for me. Some people will say, oh no, I want to do everything. You can't do everything because you're going to burn out and you will not be very effective if you do everything. So you need to, as your business grows, you need to make a lot of sales, you need to relieve yourself of some of these functions. But you need to know who you want to handle your social media pages. If you're very good at that, you might want to keep at it. So what kind of revenue do you project to make? So when you're setting out your business, you want to say, okay, I want to have steady sales of, for example, 200,000 naira, and I want to be able to make a certain amount of profit. So you need to set targets. You need to have a projection of what revenue you want to be making, and try to work at achieving those targets. You don't just want to set targets and leave it there. You want to set targets and work so hard to achieve those targets. So what other sources of income can you make directly through your business? What sources of income can you make directly through your business? If you can think of other ways you can make money through your business, so that you can have other sources of income as well. what brands can you collaborate with, either in your industry or other industries? So you can collaborate with different brands. For example, during Valentine's sales, you can collaborate with somebody that sells cake. I do this a lot because my sister sells cake. She's a baker, so I always collaborate with her and say, okay, when you buy a dress, you get a free cake. Or once you buy a dress, you get a cake for this amount, or you get cupcakes for this amount. And I do that with her brand, mostly during Valentine period. So you can want to collaborate with other brands, right? You can want to collaborate with other brands. They can be in your industry, they cannot be in your industry. You can be in your industry and might not be in your industry. Like I gave an example of me collaborating with my sister because she makes cakes. So yes, so you can check her out on Instagram at Tempt and Crave. She makes cakes. So you can look for people that you want to collaborate with. What story is your brand telling? Is it the one of business, personal fulfillment, inspiration? What are you known for? Like you look at some brands and they're just known for instilling confidence in their customers. So they always, all their campaigns, all their marketing campaigns is always, their designs are always targeted at making sure that the customers feel very confident when they wear it. So their messages all boil around to comfort, confidence. So what is your brand telling? Is it the one of confidence, like I said, or is it, are you using story? Are you using your personal story to rub on your brand, to say, oh, I struggled when I was little, now I was able to launch my business, and I've been able. So what is your brand telling? You need to tell a story. Storytelling is very important in running a business, especially in this day and age where we have so many competition. Like you want to have a story behind your brand so people can feel attached to your brand because of the story that you're telling. So how do you measure your success? So this is very important. You want to know how you measure your success. You're starting a business, you want to set a target to say, okay, if I sell out all my designs, that means I was successful in this business here. Or is it you want to measure your success by the number of shops you will have? If you have a shop in 3 locations, does that mean that you're successful? Or the level of brand and awareness that your brand has been able to create, the number of people that know your business, that know your brand. So how do you want to measure your success? You need to determine how you want to measure your success. You also need to determine how you want to measure your failure. So if you set a target for yourself and you didn't meet that target, I'm sure that you say, oh, I didn't meet that target. That means I failed in my business this year and I want to do better in my business next year. So these are the things you need to know before launching your business. We've talked about a lot of these things: target market, your collection, and all of that. We've talked about a lot of it even in previous modules, but you just need to take note of all of these points. So what customers expect from a ready-to-wear brand? Consistency. Customers expect that their designs are the same. They are well made. If they buy a size 10 pants from you, this year, they want to know that when they buy the same size 10 pants from you next year, it will still fit. So consistency. This is what all those big brands, again, I will use Coca-Cola as an example. They've been able to stay consistent. And once you're consistent, customers will keep buying from you. They know that when they buy a dress from you, it will fit. They know, so there's no room of, if I buy today, it will fit tomorrow, it might not fit. You know, these people, sometimes that's how their brand is. Today, the dress will fit tomorrow. You don't want customers having that kind of perception about your brand. So you want to remain very consistent with your designs and with your fit and with your service. It's not about only your designs, but with your service, the overall service. Accessibility. So people, ready-to-wear customers want that they're able to access your brand anytime. So they know that once they go to your website, it's very easy to use. They can just buy and you deliver to them with no stories whatsoever. You keep to all your policies. If you say it's 3 working days, you get your clothes in 3 working days. So engagement. They also want you to send them messages. They want you to be in touch with them. Relationship. A bespoke, a ready-to-wear customer wants that you engage them. Like people that keep buying from you all the time, they want that when you give them a discount on another time that they buy from you. They want you to know that you care, and you know that they're patronizing you, and then you are very grateful for their patronage. Transparency and fairness. So ready-to-wear customers want you to be very transparent with all your policies. Like I said, with the bespoke customers, they want you to, with all your policies, please put them on your website, put them on your page, let them see you're not hiding anything, so that they know if they're okay with your size chart. Put them up there, let them see. They should confirm their size before they go ahead to make payments. And once they make payments, they need to follow through with all the policies they have written down there. So easy order process. They want that they can easily access your product. If they send you a DM, they can access. If they send you an email, you quickly respond to their order process. So they want a quick order process. This is what a ready-to-wear customer expects from a ready-to-wear brand. So dealing with ready-to-wear misconceptions. So misconceptions are just things that people will just say. They might not even have like real facts. They just say, oh, ready to wear is not good, it's better for you to go and make a bespoke dress. Ready to wear, they will never get your designs right, they will never get their fit right. So people just have all of these misconceptions in their head about ready to wear. I'm just going to talk about these misconceptions. So ready to wear is easier. Some people will say, oh, ready to wear is easier just for you to make the clothes. People will buy and go. But is it that easy? Like, there are a lot of things that goes into owning a ready to wear brand. I'm sure that from the series of conversations we've been having in this course, you know that to own a ready to wear brand is not that easy. So when somebody come and tell you it's easier, just own a ready to wear brand. Don't need to focus on bespoke. It's not as easy as it seems. Ready to wear is harder. Some people will say ready to wear is harder. Is it harder? They say, oh, inventory management, forecasting, knowing what to design, and all of that. As far as you've done your plan well, you know what it is that you're going into, you will be fine. You will be fine. Cheap sells. Some people will say cheap sells, so you should make sure that your designs are very cheap. Your products are very cheap in terms of pricing. Cheap sells in a great location and have a great campaign. Get celebrities to wear your pieces. This is the wish of every ready-to-wear designer. Cheap means volume. So cheap means volume. So you don't want to work like an elephant, eat like an ant. So because you say you want to sell, like you want your pieces to be cheap, you will now make your prices to be so low, and that you will not even be making any profit, but you'll be working so hard. No, you don't want to have that. And so people feel like, oh, once they get celebrities to wear their clothes, they will automatically make sales, and that means that is it. So, but if you get celebrities to wear your clothes and people eventually buy from you, and when they buy from you, they find out that you are very rude, your customer service is very poor, your products are very ugly, you are not going to make sales again from these people. So you need to know exactly what you're doing. Some people will say, okay, I am a great designer, I'm very creative. Be creative is awesome, but if you are running a ready-to-wear line, creativity is only like 20% of what you need to be successful. You need to put proper structures in place. You need to have a plan for marketing. You need to have a plan to be able to manage your inventory, trend forecasting, managing the other processes. So you need to brush up your business skills, and I'm happy that you're taking this course because you have a clear path to running a successful business with taking this course, right? So you need to have a plan. Fear of selling out of your bestsellers is not what we want. So we want to sell out when the design has reached its expiry date. Of course, everybody wants to sell out their bestsellers. Some people is like, ready to wear, like you sell out on your best pieces, and then what next? But it's good to sell out your best pieces, but you should also have like plans to maybe replenish or to recreate the design in another way. So dare of overstocking, stocking a product of design that is not in demand. There are ways to manage overstocking, introducing the product to a new market. Like I said, some people are scared to overstock or understock a particular product. You have to have a plan. If you have overstocked a product, then you can introduce them to a new market and you sell them out in sales. So yeah, this is all about the misconceptions. We've also talked about what customers expect from a bespoke and a ready-to-wear brand. With all of this information, you can now know what all these customers think, how they view ready-to-wear and bespoke brand, and you can work your business around all of this information to better run a profitable and sustainable fashion business. So dealing with ready-to-wear misconception. I'm not even done. Okay, so moving on, we have I am not a good salesperson. Create and grow a consistent product. So if you're not a good salesperson, you have to learn to be a good salesperson, because you need sales to make more. So you need sales, you need to make sales, you need to sell out your designs. If you're not a good salesperson, you can employ someone to do that for you. Nigerians don't appreciate ready-to-wear. I hear this a lot. People will say, Nigerians don't appreciate ready-to-wear. Why are you trying to do ready-to-wear? Just do a bespoke brand. Oh, don't stress yourself. They will prefer to go and buy Zara, buy Next, buy all those other brands. But can you see how that is so wrong, because a lot of people appreciate ready-to-wear in Nigeria. People would pay any amount to buy a ready-to-wear dress as far as they know that they're going to get value. So please don't focus on what people say about people not appreciating ready-to-wear brands in Nigeria. So you need to know how to sew to run a fashion business. Hey Lord, this is what I hear all the time. You need to know how to sew to run a fashion business. You need to run. A lot of people don't know how to sew. In fact, people that don't know how to sew are the ones running profitable businesses, because they have the business skills. They did not just set out to just start running. They know what it is. They've made a plan, which is what you have done by taking this course. Right now, you know what it is to run a ready-to-wear line. So you, with this information, if whether you know how to sew or not, you will go out with this information and you will conquer. You will make sales. You will make money. But someone else has said, "Oh, because I know how to sew, so I'm going to run a successful business." You will know how to sew, and you will create nice designs, but you're not marketing. You don't have any business skills. Your business cannot function to close up. You have to be an extrovert. You have to be a socialite. Honestly, this can help when you're launching a ready-to-wear line, you own a ready-to-wear line, but it is not a must. Like if you're not an extrovert, if you're not a socialite, that's fine. Like you can get other salespeople that will go out there and get this business done for you. Networking skills is important. Of course, networking skills is very important. It is. Market industry is saturated. All the marketing in the world is saturated right now. Everybody is doing everything. Everybody is doing photography. Everybody is doing fashion. Everybody is doing beauty. Everybody owns a makeup studio. Everybody owns a food business. Everybody is doing everything. So that should not be a reason why you should not start your ready-to-wear business. You need to have celebrities endorsement to succeed. Oh my God. Like you can have celebrity endorsements and you still will not succeed in your business, because you've not focused on your business. Like you've not focused on your designs, you've not focused on customer service. And then what if your celebrities endorse your product, and when they actually get customers to buy from you, your customer service is very poor, they're very rude, your designs are very shabby, and the finishing is very ugly, they will not buy from you. So that way you can't succeed. You need a lot of capital to start. Yes, you actually need capital, but do you really need a lot of capital to start? Depending on your target market, and then from your business plan, what you tend to achieve, you can start off your business by creating 3 designs, an 8-piece collection, then you sell. You don't have to create a 15-piece collection. You don't have to own a big shop in the eyebrow area to start. Just start. As soon as you've started, you figure it out along the way. We are finally in the last module, which is module 8, creating a sales and marketing strategy. In this module, you will learn the importance of having a sales and marketing strategy for your fashion business. We're going to start off with the marketing rule. brand marketing strategies, creating effective sales channels for your fashion product, how to choose the right sales channels for your fashion product, common online sales channels for retailers, and then tips on how to grow your sales on Instagram. So what is marketing? A brand is nothing without marketing. Marketing is very, very, very important. I always say that marketing goes hand in hand with sales. If you want to make sales, then you have to have a marketing plan. You have to have a marketing budget and just implement it. So marketing is all about creating a perception in the minds of your prospect. Marketing is very important for sales to happen. Good marketing goes beyond just looking for customers. It's about developing a relationship with your intended customers and more importantly, seeing a need and feeling the need. So marketing is like, with marketing, it's more like you are sowing a seed. So you can meet someone today and you market to them about your product, about your garment, but they do not buy. But you have left an impression in them. So they know about, like, they just even know the name, like, okay, Ekiori, so it's in their head. So they can see your product another month and then they will buy. Or even next year, they can see your product and they will buy it. But you've created an impression in them. Like you've left an impression in them, so they know about your product. So marketing has to. You have to have a plan for marketing. Marketing is very important. So when you plant a seed, it takes time to grow, right? So like if you do marketing, like I said earlier, marketing is more like you're sowing a seed. So once you plant a seed, it takes time to grow. Sometimes some seed grows faster than some seed. So you see the likes of Indomie and all those people, they keep doing marketing because they always want to be in your faces. They keep putting their brand in your face and getting their brand's perception out there. So marketing is like sowing a seed, and you definitely will reap the seed once you keep at it. Marketing is very important. To make sales, you need to do marketing. So the marketing rule of 7. So there's this marketing rule that says that your prospective buyer or your intended customer needs to hear or see your marketing message at least 7 times before they buy from you. You know, earlier I said that marketing is like sowing seed. So for people to buy from you, especially people that don't know you, they need to see your product at least 7 times before they buy from you. This is a marketing rule of 7. It has been proven, and this happens a lot. Like sometimes you see a campaign and it's okay, I've seen it. You see it again, these people, they always do marketing. You see it again and say, let me even check out what they are even doing stuff. And then you see it again, like, okay, let me just buy it. Like, it doesn't have to work. It doesn't have to get to 7 times, but sometimes people have to see your product at least 7 times for people to buy. So what does this mean? Your marketing effort has to be continuous. You have to keep being at your customers' faces. Like I, for one, I've bought things just because I keep seeing their marketing ads on the TV. I keep seeing power oil. I went on to buy power oil. I've never used it before. I keep seeing different ads on TV, and then I'm like, let me even try it. But because they're always on my face, I have to just, when I go to the market and I see it like this, poundo yam, I'll just buy it because it's always on my face. So that's the first product that comes to my mind when I go to the market. So it's the same thing with fashion products as well. You need to keep at it. Marketing requires a lot of money, and that is why you should have a fund for marketing. And that's why marketing should be part of the things that your customers should be paying for. Yes, they should pay for it. How do they pay for it? Marketing cost is part of your indirect cost. So you should have a portion that goes into each product that you produce. So you're spending money, but yes, it's the customer that is paying for it. Do you get? So you have to have a plan for marketing. So what is most important is that your branding and your marketing efforts need to be repetitive and consistent. So what this means is that you cannot run marketing ads today and expect that you will make sales. Or because you run marketing ads today, yeah, you can run the marketing ads today and then you make sales, fine. But trust me, that's not all the sales that needed to be made, because you would have marketed to 100 people and you made only 2 sales, and you're angry, or you're saying, oh, I made sales. But you need to keep at it. You need to keep putting this perception in the mind of your customers, your prospective customers. Your marketing campaign needs to be repetitive and consistent. You cannot just run an ad one time and expect to get everyone to buy from you. You have to use multiple methods that works. You have to use different strategies to market your business. If you're marketing on Instagram, market on Facebook, market on Twitter, market on the road, market on SEO, Google ad, YouTube ad, different kind of ads. As far as this marketing campaign you're doing is channeled towards your target market, then you will make sales. Remember that marketing is more like you are sowing a seed. So understanding the importance of branding is just the first step. Building and marketing your product is the next step. You need to always do marketing. You cannot rule out the role of marketing in making sales. So brand marketing strategies. So these are just the strategies that you need to know, or you need to do to keep your customers buying from you. Keep your customers from purchasing from other people. So what you need to do is that you need to know your customers. So there's no way you can build a brand without first understanding who your brand is speaking to, right? So now you know your customers, then you can now channel your marketing campaigns towards those people. That's the only way you can get results from your marketing, because if you are doing a marketing and campaign and it's not channeled towards your ideal customers, then you're wasting money and resources, and you're wasting time, and then you're thinking that, oh, what's happening to my business? Why am I not making sales? You're not making sales because your marketing campaigns are not targeted at the people that need to buy your product. So there's no way you can build a brand without first understanding who your brand will be speaking to. With your target audience in mind, you can create a brand message and mission that speaks to their individual needs. So you need to know, are they students? Are they working class ladies? Are they stay-at-home moms? Like, you need to know a lot about your customers, and we've talked a lot about target markets in this course. So with your target market in mind, you can create a brand message and mission that speaks to their individual needs, and that way you will make sales, because you're talking to the right people. But if you're not talking to the right people, the message will just be entering one ear and going to the other ear, because they are not your customers. So create a brand message and a voice. Your brand's voice is a reflection of how your brand and its customers communicate. So you want to have, once you've known who you are reaching out to, like who your customers are, you can use that information to begin crafting your business brand message. If your customers are students, then you want to craft your messages in a way that suits students. Maybe use young people to do your adverts, students to actually do your adverts, so that they keep seeing them. You want to even use influencers that are students in different schools to do your marketing campaigns for you, and then they see it, and when they see that these students are wearing it, them can wear it. So knowing your customers will help you create your brand message and a voice for your business. So it is the way brands communicate in their tweets, Facebook, Instagram, etc. So yes, moving on. Make your employees your biggest brand ambassadors. This is very important. You need to define your company's brand to your employees, making sure to correct any wrong perception. So like your employees most times are the ones that interface with your customers. So making them your biggest brand ambassador is very good, because they will keep talking about your business in a positive light. You don't want to have employees that go about spoiling your brand name and saying, that business, they don't pay staff, and the owner is very wicked. She will do this, like employees will always be employees. They will always talk, but you can have good employees, and once you treat your employees right, you can have people that can stay loyal to you, and you can make these people your brand ambassadors. So reach your audience in smart ways. To really connect with people, you will need to meet them where they spend their time, identify those hangout spots, whether they're online or in real life, and place your messaging there. Like I used the example of Heineken putting their marketing ad in a gaming center where people go and play games, and people take drinks as well as they're playing games. So they put their marketing campaign there. So as you're watching your football, you just buy Heineken and you drink, and then you watch your football. So you need to know where your customers are. If you're marketing to mostly online people, then put your marketing ads there. If your customers mostly come from online, put your marketing ads there. If your customers come from the streets, people on the road, then go and do flyers and share to those people there. So you need to know where your audience are, and then that way you're able to channel your marketing campaigns towards them. Create influencers out of your customers. This is very important. Like people will say that the biggest form of marketing is through word of mouth or referrals. So your customers are the ones that will speak good about your business to other people. Like people will trust brands that are being referred to them by other people. So because Mrs. Tola bought a dress and she tells me that that dress was really nice, I think you should patronize it, I have 100% faith in the brand because Mrs. Tola trusts the brand. And I know that I'm not gambling with my money. I don't know this person, but I'm just giving them my money. So creating influencers out of your customers is very good. You can make sure get them to talk about your business to other people, give them incentives and tell them, okay, once you bring other people, I will give you a free dress or something. You have to just think of smart ways to grow your business through using your customers. Customers who feel like they are part of the brand are more likely to endorse it. They will tell people about your business and all of that. So maintain high standard for design. So design is a visual communication. How you package your brand affects your brand. It affects how your brand is perceived and interpreted. A strong visual branding system can make a small company seem more powerful or demonstrate a large company's strength. So how you use your color, shapes, font, how you organize elements on your website, your emails, your campaign, everything is about branding. Even a product package will dictate whether or not your brand is perceived as valuable. If you go and say you're a luxury brand and the way you're using one tiny nylon to package your product, the person that is buying it will not feel that has enough value, or if that the product is not even worth the amount you're paying. So you need to package your product in a way that it speaks class and it speaks value. If your products are value-based products or premium-based products, but if your products are for the masses and your price point is 3,000 naira, you cannot go and use a fancy box of 5,000 naira to package that product. It doesn't work that way. So you need to know what exactly that you're doing. So your social media, this includes websites and applications that enable users to create and share content or to participate in social networking. So you can use your social media a lot as a marketing tool. Let people engage your posts on Facebook, on Instagram. That way, other people get to see your product and people can buy from you just by engaging on your social media pages. So we're going to also talk a lot about these marketing strategies later on in this course. So creating effective sales channels for your product. Now you have produced your product. You need to create a sales channel that will enable you to distribute those products to the end user. So a sales channel is where you provide your product to the consumer. A sales channel can be direct if it involves a business selling directly to its customers, or it can be indirect if an intermediary or such as a retailer is involved in selling the product to its customers, or you're selling it to wholesalers that will sell to the end users. So whatever, but you need to create a sales channel for your product. It's very important. If not, your clothes will be sitting down in your house and nobody will buy it because you've not created a sales channel for it. You don't know how you're going to sell your product. So yes, excuse me. So choosing the right sales channels for your product is important for any business, but it is crucial for fashion startup. You need to choose the right sales channel. Choosing the wrong sales channel can make your sales slow, and the business can be a drain to your resources. So choose the right sales channel mix, and you can grow your business and your brand beyond what you can possibly imagine. So we have different types of sales channel. So the main sales channels are online, retail, wholesale. Online, retail, wholesale. These are the main sales channels that people use to sell their product. So for online is very easy. Like everybody's online these days, so it's a very easy sales channel, and you might want to consider this for your business. In fact, you should consider this for your business. So this sales channel has relatively low barrier to entry, meaning it's now easy to get started online. Anyone can sell online. When you sell online, you have two options. It's either you have stock of your product ready, or you want to sell on your website. So you have inventory, like you have all the stock ready and people buy, or you want to do the pre-order option where you put a product up and you tell them pre-order, and then when they order, you collect their money and you use it to make a dress, and then you sell to them and give them a delivery timeline. So online is very easy. Either way, you can be profitable because you collect 100% of your profit of your income when you're doing when you sell online. Like mostly if you're doing pre-order, you tell them pay a certain amount and then I make your dress and I send it to you. But online is a very is a sales channel that everybody's using now, and you should use it. You don't want to only be selling offline. You want to sell online because everybody's online. So retail comes with a lot of expenses. It comes with rent, staff, electricity, overhead. It just comes with a lot of expenses. A lot of people are doing retail and online. Some people are just doing only online. But retail, this sales channel provides an opportunity for you to showcase your brand and fashion line in a controlled environment, giving the customer an opportunity to experience your brand the way you imagine. So they can come into your shop, they can feel your product, they can see how you styled it on your mannequin, and they can buy from you. A lot of people want to have retail space where people can pick up their product, they can come for fittings, and it is advisable for a bespoke designer to have a retail space. If you're a ready-to-wear designer, you sell online and you already have your stock, and so you might not want to have a retail space. You can just keep selling online. But if you're a bespoke designer, you should have a retail space because people need to come for fittings, and you cannot have them coming. They have to have a space where they come and do their fittings. It's not like ready-to-wear that you really don't need to do fittings for. But even ready-to-wear brands own retail space because you don't want to rule out the option of people just walking into your shop and buying. They just see your signpost and they just enter your shop and then they buy. It's different from online customers as well. So retail is a very good space to sell your product. You can as well do retail and online at the same time. So if your business is a ready-to-wear line, you might not necessarily have a retail space, but you can always plan to have a retail space because people take your business seriously once you have a retail space. They know that there's a space if anything happens, they can come here. If they need to do something, they know a particular space and they will just go there directly. So wholesale is a B2B business to business channel. Like I've talked about wholesale earlier on in the course where we talked about line sheets. You have your line sheet, you give your line sheet to your wholesalers and they look at your product and then they buy from you. So wholesale is also another channel in which you can sell your product, you can sell your goods into stores, boutiques, and that way your product is able to meet more people than wider audience that you would even have imagined. So in fashion, in most fashion brands, this is the backbone of their sales strategy. Like I do a lot of wholesale as well. With wholesale, it's like you can get your money in bulk, and you can, in as much as you're doing wholesale, you also do retail. Like you have your retail space and you have online space people also buy from. So these are all different strategies. So if somebody does not buy from online today, somebody will walk into your shop and buy. If you don't buy from your shop, your retailers would have sold and they'll give you back your money or something. So being able to use different sales channels for your business will really help you. So for wholesale, you have to sell in line with buying season. You have to have your production processes stabilized with delivery taking as requested by the buyer. So if your wholesalers want to buy in bulk, do you have the production capacity to handle their orders and all of that? You don't have to wait for people to sell wholesale to them. You can wholesale yourself, show your product to store. You don't have to wait for people to come and buy wholesale from you. You can go out and look for wholesalers for your business. So you can go and show your product to stores, boutiques that will be able to stock your product. Have your line sheet, go out and look for people that will be able to stock your product. So yes, that is it. So you have to have a lookbook, a line sheet. I talked about line sheet earlier, swatch cards and other form ready if you want to sell to wholesalers. And you have to have room in your pricing to allow at least 2 times markup for your retailers. So your wholesalers, you want to sell to them at a cheaper price so that they can sell to their end users at a good price. So you want to, if you decide to do wholesale as a channel to sell your product, you need to factor in all of these costs when you're doing your costing and your pricing, so that you can still make small money. You can still make like a profit even after selling in a wholesale price to a wholesaler. So we have multi-channel sales strategy. I mean, most people use this. I use this. Like I want to leverage on all the sales strategy or sales channel possible. So I sell online, I sell offline, I have a physical space, I sell on websites. I do wholesale because I have like a shop that stocks my product. So I want to use as many sales channels as possible just to be able to meet up my sales. So I always recommend that you use this. This refers to selling your product to other places beside your brick and mortar storefront or your e-commerce. You can sell on different websites. You can even get people to sell for you. Like maybe if you're selling to students, you can get students in school, you give them a discount and say, sell my product for this amount and take the remaining profits. Like, you want to have different ways that you sell your product. But you need to know that not every channel is a good fit for your business. For instance, to provide a streamlined customer experience, many of these marketplaces will prioritize their own branding over yours. So if you're selling in a marketplace that have their own product, they will always prioritize their own product over your own. So you need to know, because there are so many sales channels out there, it does not mean that you have to use all the sales channels, right? You need to know the one that is good for you and then work with it. So how to choose the right online sales channel for your fashion product? Online sales channel. So if you want to focus on selling online and you want to choose the sales channel, these are just a few tips that will help you to choose the right channels for your product. So factors to consider when choosing the sales channels include your business model. So your business model will determine how you produce, will determine where you produce. And if you're selling, for example, on Jumia and you want to sell bespoke pieces, you can't sell bespoke pieces there because we are selling on Jumia. When you get an order, you need to be able to send out the order within 24 hours to the pickup location. Is it 24 hours or 48 hours to the pickup location? And if you need to now go to the market and buy fabric and make the dress before you send it out, that's just a wrong place to sell your product. If you're a bespoker and your business model stated that you need 3 or 4 working days to produce, you can't sell your product on a marketplace like Jumia. So you need to consider your business model before you choose a sales channel to sell your product. Your payment processing system. So if you want to know how you're going to receive your money, if you're selling your product in a particular online mall or something, you want to know your payment processing system. If you're going to sell in a country that the currency is different from your currency, how do you plan to collect your money? All of this information you should consider when choosing an online space to sell your product. Okay, so is your product designed for mass appeal or specific interest group? So you need to think about your brand and its positioning in the market. If your product, for example, is a luxury good, then you don't, in as much as you want it to be accessible to everybody, you might not want to go and put your products that you sell 150,000 naira in a mall that their price point is usually from 5,000 to 10,000 naira. Nobody will see your product, nobody will buy. Your brand and its positioning in the market, your business goals, the types of products you sell. So all of these factors will help you to determine the online sales channel to pick. For your business goal, do you want to scale your business? If so, how? How do you want to scale your business? The types of product that you produce. Do you sell items that are popular? Do you sell products which are targeted at a specific niche? So all of this will help you determine the sales channels that you're going to pick for your the sales. It will help you to determine the right online sales channel to pick for your fashion product. So common online sales channels that you can sell your product in Nigeria. You have Jumia. Jumia is like one of the leading malls for products. They sell other products other than fashion products. They sell electronics and co. But their fashion is also moving so fast, so you can decide to sell your product on Jumia. You have More for Africa. More for Africa sells different products, fashion products, and other products from Africa countries. So it's a good platform for you to sell your product. Then we have Wahoo, and this is also a good platform. You can check them out. You can check Habari as well. Habari is owned by GT Bank. They're also doing good. People are making sales on Habari. You too can make sales on Habari. Then Konga is also there. They also, I think they have physical shops now in different parts of Nigeria, so you can also stock your product on Jumia. And there's kara.com.ng, and then there's ozina.com. So you can check out all this marketplace to sell your product and your service. Okay, so other sales channels. So we have other sales channels such as general marketplace like Amazon. Amazon is like the biggest place to sell your product. You can sell your product on Amazon. You have auction marketplace such as eBay. You have social media such as Instagram, Facebook, and you have handmade and craft marketplace such as Etsy. So people have their products sold on all these places. But for you to sell on all these places, you need to figure out how you're going to get your money, your distribution channel, the logistics company you're going to use, and all of that. So yeah, these are other sales channels you can use. A lot of people use Instagram to sell. They use Facebook to sell. They also sell on Twitter. So you can want to use all of these channels to sell your products. You can also have a website that you can use to sell your product as well. So we're moving on to tips on how to grow your sales on Instagram. So Instagram is fast becoming one of the best tools to use to sell your fashion products, because Instagram is mostly visuals. Like you post a picture and people just see what it is that you're talking about with the picture. Picture can sell. So a lot of people are making sales on Instagram, and you should want to also make sales on Instagram. And I'm just going to share a few tips on how to grow your sales on Instagram. Instagram has helped me grow my sales a lot. In fact, majority of my customers come from Instagram. So I'm going to be sharing all of these tips. So if you want to sell on Instagram, you need to know that you're not just a business owner, but you're a brand. And we've talked a lot about brand. You need to behave as a professional business. So you need to make brand-like decisions. Some entrepreneurs do and say a lot on their business pages. Like if you're a business owner, you cannot see a Coca-Cola page again going to go and comment on Instablog and insulting people on comment section. You need to behave as a brand. You need to behave as a business, as a professional. So you need to be very careful how you want people to look at your brand and all of that. So you need to behave as a brand, because some people will not buy from you because they saw your comment on Instablog, for example, or on a blog, and you were insulting somebody. They'll be like, oh, this brand, because once they see that comment, they automatically feel like that is how the business owner thinks. So that's how the business thinks. So they might not want to be associated with you. So you need to conduct your business in a very smart way, be very professional in the way you handle customers, the way you comment on social media. So yes, the next point will be consistency. Consistency is key. But you might not know this, but people are watching, your audience are watching you. Most potential customers will stalk your page for months or even weeks to keep looking at your page before they buy. So you need to stay consistent, stay consistent, and just keep putting out good content, good product, good pictures. You don't want to post today and then the next day you post this next month. People that would have come to your page between now and next month, and they see that this person is not posting, maybe the person is no longer in business, they will go to another page, go to another business on Instagram and go and patronize them. So you need to stay consistent. People are watching, your potential customers are watching. So you need to keep putting products out so that they can stay and you can keep them keep your business in their mind. So how easy is your buying process? This is very important. Your buying process has to be very smooth. Some people will say no DM, and some people will say no DM, no exchange, no this, no that. You want to make your order process as easy as possible. The truth is, it takes more than 3 steps to place an order from your business. You are probably losing prospects if you've worked so hard. Nobody likes complications. People want convenience. People don't want you to stress them. You remember that the ones giving you their money, like they want to give you money to collect your fashion product. So you need to make your order process very easy. Make the process as easy as possible. And then the more complicated steps to after the order has been placed. Like some people will say no DM, send an email. It can be working for some business, but some people will not patronize you just because you said send an email. So you need to make your order process as easy as possible if you want to make sales on Instagram. If you can put your price there, put it there, let them see. Word of mouth. So word of mouth is very important. Like we said earlier, people would buy from you. People will most likely patronize you or patronize a vendor when they are recommended by a friend. So word of mouth is very important. So you still have to remain very good to your customers so that they can refer you to other people. And once people refer your business to other people, the first thing they do is that they will check you out on Instagram. They want to see your product and see if people are really buying from you. Other than what that person recommended, they want to also see your product. So getting out of your comfort zone. So as business owner, until you push yourself a little harder, set more challenging goals, take up calculated risks, you will never really see your full potential. So as a fashion business owner, I would say that you should challenge yourself, most especially with making some out of comfort zone designs, like designs that are crazy. People will stick to your page because this lady, her designs are always mad, they're always so complicated. You will always have to think, like, how do I get this design? How do I do this design? So you need to get out of your comfort zone. Yes, so if you want to make sales on Instagram, you need to get out of your comfort zone. Create things that people will actually buy. A product that would give that wow effect, because your audience are watching, and some people will only patronize you if they feel like the designs that you're putting out is not the same with what other people are putting out. You get what I mean? No refund, no exchange. So your bio is meant to contain your value proposition, what your customers stand to gain from buying from you. You know that there are 1,000,001 businesses on Instagram. So for you to be putting on your bio, no refund, no exchange, the first line on your bio, is that what your brand is about? People will not buy from you once they see that. Some people will not buy from you because they are not happy with the first sentence that they saw when they came to your page. You get? So some people will say, so what if I don't like what I buy, so I cannot even return it? So stop chasing customers away with all of these things that you write on your bio. You can actually have no refund, no exchange on your policy, but put it in a policy, state it, and put it in a document, and then put it on when they've sent you a DM, and once you have responded, you can now send them privately your sales policy. Not that you just put it on your bio. Your bio is supposed to carry your value proposition. No, don't waste money on advertising. So if you've not worked on your business, if your products are not going to offer value, then don't waste money on advertising on Instagram. Because if you go and market your product, and when you now get these customers, and these customers come and they don't get value, they will not stick around, they will go. In fact, they'll go and spread the news and tell them that this person's product is bad, don't buy from this person. So think of the kind of content that attracts your ideal customers, and then you put out those contents. That alone is in marketing for you, because people are seeing this product, people are seeing this content, and then you can keep them glued to your page by just the content that you put out. Do your customers know you? So people might not be buying from you because they don't know you. So you need to create efforts to attract paying customers. So when it comes to attracting paying customers, the first hurdle you need to conquer is getting them to know you. So they might not buy from you because they don't know you. So you need to get people to come to your page, let them see what you're doing, and that way people can buy from you. So this goes beyond being familiar with your brand name or your service. A good way to get people to know you, or to know what you're offering, is to offer value. You need to be able to give them something valuable before trying to make sales. So you can always put tips on how to style your clothes, so they even know, like, in advance how to style a dress before they even buy it from you. So they feel like you're already giving them value even before they buy from you. So do they like you? Yes. Do they like you? They don't like you, they won't buy from you. Do they like you? Do they trust you? So even though not everyone is going to like you, because you can't get everybody to like you in the world. But majority of people will not patronize a business because they don't like the business. People don't just want to buy product these days. They also buy people. So people might like your face and just buy from you. They don't know you, but they like the way you smile, so they buy from you. So do they like you? Do your customers like you, or your prospective customers like you? Do they trust you? How can you build trust? People will only give their money to brands that they trust. Excuse me. People will only give their money to brands that they trust. They will not just go and buy a product. Some people can be watching your page for a long time before they buy. I get a lot of messages like, oh, I've been watching your page, I've been seeing your product, and I decided to buy now. Now they trust you. How can you build trust with your prospective customers that will enable them to buy from you? It's by putting out reliable content. Put out your feedbacks, your reviews. When people give you good reviews, put it up and let these prospective customers see and know that this is happening. You can also put your behind the scene pictures, how you're making these dresses, the work that goes into it, so that they can appreciate the work that goes into it, and that can make people to buy from you. So yes, planning. So when it comes to buying online or buying in general, trust plays a lot. We have talked about trust. I'm talking about planning now. So with planning, when it comes to being on top of your content, posting, you need to plan. Like me, I plan to always post on Instagram once every day. Sometimes I do twice a day, just because I want to stay consistent and I want people to always see my product, and that way I'm in their faces and then they will buy from me. So you want to plan your content. If you're doing a theme for your page, and let's say you post one product, you post one review, you post one product, let it follow in that line. You need to plan your content. Me, I sometimes just post randomly, but I have come to realize that my followers are online in the morning and in the evening. In the morning, like 7, 8, they are online, so I post around that period. So you need to know what works for you. Check your insights and know what works for you, and then you post around that period. I also post in the evening because 5, 6 people are already 5, 6, 7 people are already on their way home. They're touching their phones, and those are the times that I get more engagement when I post on Instagram, and then I get sales as well. So selling is a saturated market. Like, the market is saturated already. We know that there are 1,000,001 fashion designers out there. So, and there are other apps that you can use to plan your content. Like, you can forget to post, but if you have written out your content in all these apps, they automatically post it for you on Instagram when it's time. So we have apps like Planoly, Hootsuite, and Preview. These apps can help you to schedule your post, and automatically they will post it for you at the times at which that you schedule the posting. So if you're so busy and you cannot post, you can have these apps arrange your content for the week and they just post it for you. So when it comes to selling in a saturated market, I tend to focus more on the pros rather than the cons, because I know that everybody is doing fashion, everybody is doing every business right now, right? So if the market is already saturated with so many sellers, that means the market is saturated with so many buyers as well. So I like to focus on the fact that there is so many customers out there, and I need to plan to get these customers. So what you need to do, because they are already familiar with your product, so you just so when the potential customer looks at your business, they are not ignorant, because of course they would have even checked like 2 or 3 pages before they came to your page. They are not ignorant of the fact that ignorant of the product that you're selling. So in order to sell effortlessly, the first thing you need to do is to separate yourself from a lot of other sellers. So you want to, again, I come and say here that you want to be able to offer much more than other people are offering. You want to add different value propositions. So if somebody buys from you, will they get a free dress? If they buy from you, will you give them free delivery? If they buy from you 2 times, should you give them 50% discount. Like all of these things are the things that will help you stand out from other brands and make customers want to buy from you. So you can decide not to sell the way other people sell. You might decide to sell very professional, you speak to them in a very nice way. So yes, selling a saturated market can work for you. We already know that the fashion industry is saturated. So the next point is follow up. Once you follow up with your customer, follow up is very important too. Like follow up is really important when you expect to close a sale, and most importantly after sales. Like after you've bought a dress, you've delivered, you will not. Some people don't even check up on the customer. Have you gotten the item? They just don't say anything. Again, I've bought things from vendors online, and like this person did not even ask if this shoe was my size. Nothing. Person did not say anything, and I feel so bad. So if I'm feeling this way, I know that's how other people feel when they buy your product and you don't follow up on them. Follow up. Hello, have you gotten your dress? Is it your size? Are you okay with it? Are you okay with the color? Let them give you honest reviews, not the one that some people will come and writing fake reviews for you and you post it, and people like, you need to follow up on your customer. Follow up. When you do proper follow up on your customers and your prospective customers, you will make sales. It is guaranteed. Market your solution, not your product. So people aren't necessarily interested in the technicalities of your product or the challenges that you face when you're producing your product. They are more interested in what the product stands to, what they stand to gain when they buy the product. So what value are you offering? They just don't want to be buying from you because they can buy from other people. So you want to tell them what it is that they're going to gain from buying from you. Are you asking the right questions? So you have to make use of your stories. There are different polls. There's the question poll. You can ask questions. What kind of content do you want me to be putting out here? What kind of designs do you want me to create? Once you ask questions, people engage you. You know what your customers or what the people that follow you are thinking, and you can work towards that line, and that way you can make sales. Branding gets your foot in the door. Value keeps you in the room. So you see some people, they have beautiful social media pages, Instagram pages, beautiful. But once you go and buy from them, is either their customer service is very poor, the product itself, the dresses that they make is very ugly. Like the picture is fine, but the inside of the dress, once you wear it, it's not nice at all. So you can do a lot of branding, and your brand looks so fine out there. Your packaging materials are looking so beautiful, but what keeps your customer from coming back is not the fact that you branded your product very well. It's the fact that you offer them value. So speak your customer's language. So what this simply means is that buying is a very emotional something. Like people buy because they like a business owner, because they like the way they post on their social media, right? So if your customers like things like this, the way you write your font and all of those things, you need to keep doing it, because if you're doing it and it's giving you sales, please keep doing it. So buying is very emotional. It's a very emotional thing, and unless prospects connect with you emotionally, you won't be able to turn them into paying customers. So there is a lot of method, but a sales tactic that easily gets customers to connect with you is storytelling. So you might want to be telling a little bit of your story. It might be personal story, it might be business story, and then once you tell these stories, it can attract people to buy from you. Honestly, it can. So telling the story of how you lost your job and you were able to you started your business, all these things, people that have lost their job before will relate to your story, and then they will like to buy from you because they feel like you guys have something in common. You understand? So you need to speak your customer's language through storytelling. Like you need to if it's love, if you have like good relationship with your partner and you guys take picture all the time, you can post that. People can say, oh my god, you look good, and that will be the reason why they are buying from you. You cannot tell. You get, so you need to speak your customer's language. So developing the habit of celebrating your milestones. People, once you celebrate your milestone, people will say, people might want to buy from you because they feel like this brand appreciates every tiny milestone. If you have 500 followers, appreciate those followers. That's why you see people say, thank you for we now have 500 followers. Appreciate every little thing. If you were able to, if you got scholarship to study something somewhere, put it out there. Let them see that you're trying to improve yourself so that you can improve your business. You need to celebrate every little milestone. People will buy from you because you're celebrating your milestones. So try to be original with your content. You don't want to be copying people's content up and down. You don't want to be lifting up quotes from Google and be posting. Refine all these things. Be very original with your content. Get as much exposure as you can. So this is very important. You want to as a business owner, you need to understand that your customer satisfaction is not just about the product, about they bought a dress from you and it fits well. A customer satisfaction goes from the inquiry stage to when they get the product to the after sales service. So it's a total experience. So experience can play a major, it can play a lot in, like, it's a major factor that will determine how high or how low your repeat purchase rate is, and it's largely dependent on your knowledge of your customer's behavior. So you need to get as much exposure as possible. If you cannot afford to pay someone to teach you about different things that will help you grow your business, right? You can learn it online. Like, you can learn, there is lots of free content out there. You can learn how to get customers so that you can put all of those information into your business and you can get sales. So look for a renowned vendor in your industry and pay for their service. I've done this before. Like, I just want to know their order process. So I bought a dress just to know how, like, from inquiry to when I got the product, the kind of messages they send. Thank you for buying a dress. I've done it before. Like, so what that did is that I got experience, first-hand experience on how their order process is and how their product is, looking at their label. Like, I've done a lot of things. So, like, if you have to do that to be able to get some information, then please do it. But also, like, do it. So you need to get as much exposure as possible. Take note of every detail. With all of this information, you can input it back into your business, and I can guarantee you that you will make sales. Your content is your life support. So you need to know that people always say first impression matters. So, well, a good number of businesses are not selling today because they make very bad first impression with their content. Like, the way, there's a way you structure your content that it comes out, or it sounds as if you are doing the customer a favor. Whether you buy from me or not, I'm okay. You need to be right now, everything's all about content. You need to build your content around, so when they are reading the content, they are smiling when they are reading your content. So you need to always try to create a very good impression about your product to your customers. So it takes an average profile visitor 5 seconds to decide if they're going to scroll down. Like, if your page is boring, they will just leave. So you want to look at your page and say, if this page is another person's page and I come to this page, will I buy it? When you are trying to advertise your product and you're putting your clothes on the floor and you're taking picture on the floor, somebody will say, you that you have kept my clothes on the floor, I'm not going to buy this product from you. Do you understand? They will not buy. Some people might not buy because you took your pictures of your dress on the floor. So we need to be very careful about our content and what we put out there so that we can get people to buy from us. You don't want to post pictures or content that are not clear enough. Even if the dress is nice, if the picture is not clear and it's not fine, people will not buy. That's why you will see content that gets a lot of likes on Instagram are usually bright, beautiful pictures in a beautiful background. Like, you have to beg your customers, please give me good pictures, take it in a good background. If not, you keep posting out pictures that are not good quality, people will not buy because they will not see the beauty of the dress. So yes, you can use different apps to edit your pictures, to make your picture look brighter. You can use Snapseed, you can use Lightroom, you can use InShot, you can use Canva to create flyers, content for your Instagram pages, just so that you have a beautiful timeline and a beautiful feed rather, and people can be glued to your page. I see some people will come to my page. How do I know that they have been in my page? They will go down all the way to 2017 and like a post. That means they've scrolled through and they were very engaged and they got to 2017. Do you know what that means? And you know that I post every day, so I have a lot of posts on my page. So I feel like, okay, so they were very glued to my page and they kept scrolling, kept scrolling. So people have to stay glued to your page, and that way they will make sales and you will make sales as well. They will place an order and then you make sales. So you need to have policies. I've talked about policies, a lot of policies. Have your delivery policy, have your return policies, have all your sales policy, have it all, and send them out when they want to make delivery, when they want to make a purchase, so that they know what it is that they're getting into and they know your expectations. You're not expecting that when they pay this money they are going to be getting a dress and a skirt. Meanwhile, it's just a dress. So you want to be very forward and very transparent with your policies so that your customers know what they are getting into before they buy. Then use hashtags. Hey, hashtags is so important. It is so important. Use the relevant hashtag that is focused on your niche. A lot of people search Instagram using hashtags. Yeah, I use Instagram hashtags to search on Instagram a lot. Like, I'm looking for a factory. I'll just type clothing factory in Lagos, and you see different hashtags that pop up, and then you go through the feeds and then you see different businesses. So a lot of people search using hashtag. They can search for ready-to-wear business, ready-to-wear dress in Nigeria today, and they search and then they just pick and then they buy. And even if they don't buy immediately, they can follow you and look at your content, and another day they will buy. So using of hashtags is very important. It is very important. You need to try different hashtags that work. It's also good to also use trending hashtags, like some things are happening and you want to use the hashtag so that when people look at those hashtags, they can see your work and your page and they can come and look at your profile. So these are just pictures of insights from hashtag from my page. These are pictures from way back. So these are the insights. If you're using a business page, then you should be able to get all of this insight from your Instagram page. So for this particular picture now, this was posted on the 6th of November 2019 at 5:53 p.m. I had 33 people saved this picture, 2 people sent it out, 22 people commented, and I had 679 likes. This is not a sponsored post. If it's a sponsored post, you will see it. So actions taken from this post is 100, replies 1. It's also very good for you to look at your insights, so you know the kind of how people are engaging with your post. So follow, I got 5 follow from this post. Reach, impression 11,712. But what is very important here, why I put this here, is the hashtag. From hashtag, 7,294 people viewed my profile through hashtags. So that means they saw this dress from hashtags. I use a lot of hashtags. I use maybe 29, 30 hashtags. The highest you can use is 30. You can't use more than 30 hashtags. Can you see the people that viewed my post from hashtags? So hashtag is very important. For this second post, hashtag 209 people. Hashtag this third post, 16,851 people. Hashtag is very important. I cannot overemphasize the use of hashtag. Using hashtags for your business is very important. You need to use the relevant hashtags for your business if you want to grow your sales on Instagram. So we're concluding. In conclusion, proper planning and detailed market research. We've talked about all of this. I'm just concluding with these few points. Proper planning and detailed market research is key to the success of any business, including a clothing line like this that you're planning to start. Remember, you are more than a designer. Now you are now an entrepreneur, and most importantly, you're a business owner. So you need to behave like one. You're not just a fashion designer. You're a business owner. You're an entrepreneur that runs a business. So now that with that mindset, you need to have plans to be able to make money. Weigh the pros and cons of each operational structure before making a choice. So if you want to produce in-house or you want to outsource, you need to weigh all your pros and your cons before you start doing it. So break up the stages of the production process, no matter how little your production unit is. So you want to break down your production process. It is better when you break down your production process. Everybody's efficient at what they do, and the truth is that if somebody doesn't come to work, the production unit will continue. So it's always advisable to break down your production unit into different functions. Factor in all your costs before coming up with a pricing strategy. Factor in all your costs. You want to always give out a price that covers your overhead, a price that will ensure that you make profit. So you need to don't leave out any detail. As tiny as thread, 100 naira is very important in costing and pricing your product. Outsource as much as you can. You don't have to do it all. If you can get someone else to do it for you and you still get the same value, please outsource. Brands are built by what you do, what you say, what you sell, what you believe, how you look, how you act, what promise you are promising to deliver to your customers. So a brand is a perception, and you need to be able to steer people to the right, how you want your brand to be perceived. You need to work at it. You have to ensure that people perceive your brand in a very good way. Branding is managing all these variables with deliberate intent to shape people's perception. Your branding and your marketing effort needs to be repetitive and consistent. You cannot just run an ad one time and expect everyone to buy from you. You have to use multiple methods that works to market your product. Always have a plan to sell your product. It's advisable to have a multi-channel sales strategy for your business. So we've talked a lot about starting a fashion brand. Thank you so much for taking this online course. I want to get good reviews about your business, starting up and growing your business. Thank you once again for taking this online course.
Hi, are you a fashion business owner? I have a few questions for you. Are you having issues with pricing and costing your fashion product? Do you know the factors to be considered when calculating your overhead? Are you having challenges in determining how much to charge for a particular design? Or are you tired of running at a loss? Do you feel like you're working so hard and at the end of the month there is nothing left for you as a fashion business owner? Or do you give prices based on your conscience or what your competitors are charging? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to sign up for my online course, Costing and Pricing Your Fashion Product to Make Profit. This is a very detailed course and the only course you need to take if you want to grow a profitable and a sustainable fashion business. In this course, you're going to learn how to determine your direct and your indirect cost and its role in costing and pricing your fashion product. I'm going to be teaching you a step-by-step guide on how to calculate your direct and your indirect costs. I'm going to be teaching you how to fix a selling price that will cover your overhead, how to pay yourself a salary, ways to cut down costs to accommodate more profit for your business. You will also be getting a customized fashion business costing and pricing calculator. This is a detailed Excel template for determining the total cost for creating a design and also the best price to sell that particular design. Do not worry, all mathematical equations have already been pre-filled for you. It's just for you to fill in your details and you get the result. You get the selling price to sell that particular design. You're also going to learn a secret approach that guarantees that your fashion business makes profit all year round, and much more. All you need to do is to click the link in the description box to get started. I wish you all the best as you start or grow your fashion business.